Chapter 14 of The Three Hostages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K.L. Zuehlke. The Three Hostages by John Buchan, Chapter 14. 3 minutes later, I was back in the curiosity shop. I switched off my light and very gently opened the street door. There was a sound of footsteps on the pavement, so I drew back till they had passed. Then I emerged into the quiet street, with Abel's little brazier glowing in front of me, and Abel's little sharp face poked out of his penthouse. "All right, sir?" he asked cheerfully. "All right," I said. "I have found what I wanted." "There was a party turned up not long after you had gone in. Luckily, I had locked the door after you. He wasn't inside more than 5 minutes. A party with a black top-coat turned up at the collar. Respectable party he looked. Oldish. Might have been a curate. Funny thing, sir, but I guessed correctly when you were coming back, and had the door unlocked, ready for you. If you're done with me, I'll clear off." "Can you manage alone?" I asked. "There's a good deal to tidy up." He winked solemnly. "In an hour there won't be a sign of anything. I have my little ways of doing things. Good night, sir, and thank you." He was like a boot seeing a guest off from a hotel. I found that the time was just after 11:30, so I walked to Tottenham Court Road and picked up a taxi, telling the man to drive to Great Charles Street in Westminster. Mary was in London, and I must see her at once. She had chosen to take a hand in the game, probably at Sandy's instigation, and I must find out what exactly she was doing. The business was difficult enough already, with Sandy following his own trail, and me forbidden to get in touch with him, but if Mary was also on the job, it would be naked chaos unless I knew her plans. I own I felt miserably nervous. There was nobody in the world whose wisdom I put higher than hers, and I would have trusted her to the other side of Tophet. But I hated to think of a woman mixed up in something so ugly and perilous. She was far too young and lovely to be safe on the back stairs. And yet I remembered that she had been in uglier affairs before this, and I recalled old Blankiron's words, "She can't scare and she can't soil." And then I began to get a sort of comfort from the feeling that she was along with me in the game. It made me feel less lonely, but it was pretty rough luck on Peter John. Anyhow, I must see her, and I argued that she would probably be staying with her Wymondham aunts, and that in any case I could get news of her there. The Mrs. Wymondham were silly ladies, but their butler would have made Montmartre respectable. He and I had always gotten on well, and I think the only thing that consoled him, when Fosse was sold, was that Mary and I were to have it. The house in Great Charles Street was one of those tremendously artistic new dwellings with which the intellectual plutocracy have adorned the Westminster slums. "Is her ladyship home yet?" I asked. "No, Sir Richard, but she said she wouldn't be late. I expect her at any moment." "Then I think I'll come in and wait. How are you, Bernard? Found your city legs yet?" "I am improving, Sir Richard, I thank you. Very pleased to have Miss Mary here, if I may take the liberty of so speaking of her. Miss Clare's in Paris still, and Miss Wymondham is dancing tonight and won't be back till very late. How are things at Fosse, sir, if I make so bold?" And how is the young gentleman?" "Miss Mary has shown me a photograph. A very handsome young gentleman, sir, and favours yourself." "Nonsense, Bernard. He's the living image of his mother. Get me a drink like a good fellow, a tankard of beer if you have it, for I've a throat like a grindstone." I drank the beer and waited in a little room which would have been charming but for the garish color scheme which Mary's aunts had on the brain. I was feeling quite cheerful again, for Peter John's photograph was on the mantelpiece, and I reckoned that any minute Mary might be at the doorway. She came in just before midnight. I heard her speak to Bernard in the hall, and then her quick step outside the door. She was preposterously dressed, but she must have done something to her face in the taxi, for the paint was mostly rubbed from it, leaving it very pale. "Oh, Dick, my darling," she cried, tearing off her cloak and running to my arms. "I never expected you. There's nothing wrong at home?" "Not that I know of, except that it's deserted. Mary, what on earth brought you here?" "You're not angry, Dick?" "Not a bit, only curious." "How did you know I was here?" "Guessed. I thought it the likeliest cover to draw. You see, I've been watching you dancing tonight. Look here, my dear, if you put so much paint and powder on your face and jam it so close to old Turpin's chest, it won't be easy for the poor fellow to keep his shirt front clean." "You watched me dancing? Were you in that place?" "Well, I wouldn't say in it, but I had a prospect of the show from the gallery, and it struck me that the sooner we met and had a talk, the better." "The gallery? Were you in the house? I don't understand." "No more do I. I burgled a certain house in a back street for very particular reasons of my own. In the process, I may mention that I got one of the worst frights of my life. After various adventures, I came to a place where I heard the dickens of a row, which I made out to be dance music. Eventually, I found a dirty little room with a window, and to my surprise, looked down on a dancing hall. I know it, for I had once been there with Archie Roylance. That was queer enough. But imagine my surprise when I saw my wedded wife, rattled like a geisha, dancing with an old friend who seemed to have got himself up to imitate a waxwork. She seemed scarcely to be listening. "But in the house, did you see no one?" "I saw one man, and I heard another. The fellow I saw was a man I once met in the small hours with Medina." "But the other? You didn't see him? You didn't hear him go out?" "No." I was puzzled at her excitement. "Why are you so keen about the other?" "Because I'm sure it was Sandy, Colonel Arbuthnot." This was altogether beyond me. "Impossible!" I cried. "The place is a liar of Medina's. The man I saw was Medina's servant or satellite. Do you mean to say that Sandy has been exploring that house?" She nodded. "You see, it is the Fields of Eden." "Oh, I know. I found that out for myself. Do you tell me that Sandy discovered it too?" "Yes. That is why I was there. That is why I have been living a perfectly loathsome life and am now dressed like a chorus girl." "Mary," I said solemnly, "my fine brain won't support any more violent shocks. Will you please to sit down beside me and give me the plain tale of all that you have been doing since I said good-bye to you at Fosse?" "First," she said, "I had a visit from a dramatic critic on holiday, Mr. Alexander Thompson. He said he knew you, and that you had suggested that he should call. He came 3 times to Fosse, but only once to the house. Twice I met him in the woods. He told me a good many things, and one was that he couldn't succeed and you couldn't succeed unless I helped. He thought that if a woman was lost, only a woman could find her. In the end, he persuaded me. You said yourself, Dick, that Nanny was quite competent to take charge of Peter John, with Dr. Greenslade so close at hand. And I hear from her every day, and he is very well and happy." "You came to London, but when?" "The day you came back from Norway." but I've been having letters regularly from you since then. That is my little arrangement with Paddock. I took him into my confidence. I send him the letters in batches, and he posts one daily. Then you've been here for more than a fortnight. Have you seen Sandy? Twice. He has arranged my life for me, and has introduced me to my dancing partner, the Marquis de la Tour du Pin, whom you call Turpin. I think I have had the most horrible, the most wearing time that any woman ever had. I have moved in raffish circles and have had to be the most raffish of the lot. Do you know, Dick, I believe I'm really a good actress. I have acquired a metallic voice, and a high silly laugh, and hard eyes, and when I lie in bed at night I blush all over for my shamelessness. I know you hate it, but you can't hate it more than I do. But it had to be done. I couldn't be a piker, as Mr. Blankiron used to say. Any luck? Oh, yes, she said wearily. I have found Miss Victor. It wasn't very difficult, really. When I had made friends with the funny people that frequent these places, it wasn't hard to see who was different from the others. They're all mannequins, but the one I was looking for was bound to be the most mannequinish of the lot. I wanted someone without mind or soul, and I found her. Besides, I had a clue to start with. Odell, you know? It was the green girl. She nodded. I couldn't be certain, of course, till I had her lover to help me. He is a good man, your French Marquis. He has played his part splendidly. You see, it would never do to try to awake Adele Victor now. We couldn't count on her being able to keep up appearances without arousing suspicion till the day of release arrived. But something had to be done, and that is my business especially. I have made friends with her, and I talked to her, and I have attached her to me just a little, like a dog. That will give me the chance to do the rest quickly when the moment comes. You cannot bring back a vanished soul all at once unless you have laid some foundation. We have to be very, very careful, for she is keenly watched. But I think, yes, I am sure, it is going well. Oh, bravo, I cried. That makes number 2. I may tell you that I have got number 1. I gave her a short account of my doings in Norway. 2 of the poor devils will get out of the cage anyhow. I wonder if it wouldn't be possible to pass the word to Victor and the Duke. It would relieve their anxiety. I thought of that, she replied, but Colonel Arbuthnot says no, on no account. He says it might ruin everything. He takes a very solemn view of this affair, you know, and so do I. I have seen Mr. Medina. Where? I asked in astonishment. I got Aunt Doria to take me to a party where he was to be present. Don't be worried. I wasn't introduced to him, and he never heard my name. But I watched him, and knowing what I did, I was more afraid than I have ever been in my life. He is extraordinarily attractive. No, not attractive. Seductive. And he is as cold and hard as chilled steel. You know these impressions I get of people, which I can't explain? You say they are always right. Well, I felt him almost superhuman. He exhales ease and power like a god, but it is a god from a lost world. I can see that, like a god, too, it is souls that he covets. Ordinary human badness seems decent in comparison with that Lucifer's pride of his. I think if I ever could commit murder, it would be his life that I would take. I should feel like Charlotte Corday. Oh, I'm dismally afraid of him. I'm not, I said stoutly, and I see him at closer quarters than most people. The measure of success we had attained was beginning to make me confident. "Colonel Arbuthnot is afraid for you," she said. "The 2 times I have seen him in London, he kept harping on the need of you keeping very near to him. I think he meant me to warn you. He says that when you are fighting a man with a long-range weapon, the only chance is to hug him. Dick, didn't you tell me that Mr. Medina suggested that you should stay in his house? I have been thinking a lot about that, and I believe it would be the safest plan. Once he saw you secure in his pocket, he might forget about you." "It would be most infernally awkward, for I should have no freedom of movement. But all the same, I believe you are right. Things may grow very hectic as we get near the day." "Besides, you might find out something about number 3. Oh, it is the little boy that breaks my heart. The others might escape on their own account some day. But unless we find him, he is lost forever. And Colonel Arbuthnot says that even if we found him, it might be hard to restore the child's mind. Unless... Mary's face had become grim, if one could use the word of a thing so soft and gentle. Her hands were tightly clasped, and her eyes had a strained, far-away look. "I am going to find him," she cried. "Listen, Dick, that man despises women and rules them out of his life, except in so far as he can make tools of them. But there is one woman who is going to stop at nothing to beat him. When I think of that little David, I grow mad and desperate. I am afraid of myself. Have you no hope to give me?" "I haven't the shadow of a clue," I said dolefully. "Has Sandy none?" She shook her head. "He is so small, the little fellow, and so easy to hide." "If I were in Central Africa, I would get Medina by the throat and peg him down and torture him till he disgorged." Again she shook her head. "Those methods are useless here. He would laugh at you, for he isn't a coward. At least, I think not. Besides, he is certain to be magnificently guarded. And for the rest, he has the entrenchments of his reputation and popularity, and a quicker brain than any of us. He can put a spell of blindness on the world, on all men, and nearly all women." The arrival of Miss Wymondham made me get up to leave. She was still the same odd-looking creature, with a mass of tow-colored hair piled above her long white face. She had been dancing somewhere, and looked at once dog-tired and excited. "Mary has been having such a good time," she told me. "Even I can scarcely keep pace with her ardent youth. Can't you persuade her to do her hair differently? The present arrangement is so demode. It puts her whole figure out of drawing. Nancy Travers was speaking about it only tonight. Properly turned out, she said, Mary would be the most ravishing thing in London. By the way, I saw your friend Sir Archie Roylance at Parminter's. He is lunching here on Thursday. Will you come, Richard?" I told her that my plans were vague, and that I thought I might be out of town. But I arranged with Mary, before I left, to keep me informed at the club of any news that came from Sandy. As I walked back, I was infected by her distress over little David Warcliffe. That was the most grievous business of all, and I saw no light in it. For though everything else happened according to plan, we should never be able to bring Medina to book. The more I thought of it, the more hopeless our case against him seemed to be. We might free the hostages, but we could never prove that he had had anything to do with them. I could give damning evidence, to be sure, but who would take my word against his? And I had no one to confirm me. Supposing I indicted him for kidnapping, and told a story of what I knew about the blind spinner, and Newhover, and Odell. he and the world would simply laugh at me, and I should probably have to pay heavy damages for libel. None of his satellites, I was certain, would ever give him away. They couldn't, even if they wanted to, for they didn't know anything. No, Sandy was right. We might have a measure of success, but there would be no victory. And yet, only victory would give us full success. For only to get him on his knees, gibbering with terror, would restore the poor little boy. I strode through the empty streets with a sort of hopeless fury in my heart. One thing puzzled me. What was Sandy doing in that house behind the curiosity shop, if indeed it was Sandy? Whoever had been there had been in league with the sad gray man whom I watched from behind the bedroom door. Now that man was a part of Medina's entourage. I had no doubt about the accuracy of my recollection. Had Sandy dealings with someone inside the enemy's citadel? I didn't see how that was possible, for he had told me he was in deadly danger from Medina, and that his only chance was to make him believe that he was out of Europe. As I went to bed, one thing was very clear in my mind. If Medina asked me to stay with him, I would accept. It would probably be safer, though I wasn't so much concerned about that, and it would possibly be more fruitful. I might find out something about the gray man. Next day I went to see Medina, for I wanted him to believe that I couldn't keep away from him. He was in tremendous spirits about something or other, and announced that he was going off to the country for a couple of days. He made me stay to luncheon when I had another look at Odell, who seemed to be getting fat. "Your wind, my lad," I said to myself, "can't be as good as it should be. You wouldn't have my money in a scrap." I hoped that Medina was going to have a holiday, for he had been doing a good deal lately in the way of speaking, but he said no such luck. He was going down to the country on business. An estate of which he was a trustee wanted looking into. I asked him what part of England, and he said Shropshire. He liked that neighborhood and had an idea of buying a place there when he had more leisure. Somehow that led me to speak of his poetry. He was surprised to learn that I had been studying the little books, and I could see took it as proof of my devotion. I made a few fulsome observations on their merits, and said that even an ignorant fellow like me could see how dashed good they were. I also remarked that they seemed to me a trifle melancholy. "Melancholy," he said. "It's a foolish world, Hannay, and a wise man must have his moods of contempt. Victory loses some of its salt when it is won over fools." And then he said what I had been waiting for. "I told you weeks ago that I wanted you to take up your quarters with me. Well, I repeat the offer, and will take no refusal." "It is most awfully kind of you," I stammered, "but wouldn't I be in the way?" "Not in the least. You see the house, it's as large as a barracks. I'll be back from Shropshire by Friday, and I expect you to move in here on Friday evening. We might dine together." I was content, for it gave me a day or two to look about me. Medina went off that afternoon, and I spent a restless evening. I wanted to be with Mary, but it seemed to me that the less I saw her, the better. She was going her own way, and if I showed myself in her neighborhood, it might ruin all. The next day was no better. I actually longed for Medina to return, so that I might feel I was doing something, for there was nothing I could turn my hand to, and when I was idle, the thought of David Warcliffe was always present to torment me. I went out to Hampton Court and had a long row on the river. Then I dined at the club and sat in the little back smoking room, avoiding anyone I knew, and trying to read a book of travels in Arabia. I fell asleep in my chair, and waking about 11:30, was staggering off to bed when a servant came to tell me that I was wanted on the telephone. It was Mary. She was speaking from Great Charles Street, and her voice was sharp with alarm. "There's been an awful mishap, Dick," she said breathlessly. "Are you alone? You're sure there's no one there? Archie Roylance has made a dreadful mess of things. He came to that dancing place tonight, and Adela Victor was there, and Odell with her. Archie had seen her before, you know, and apparently was much attracted. No, he didn't recognize me, for when I saw him I kept out of range. But of course he recognized the Marquis. He danced with Odella, and I suppose he talked nonsense to her. Anyhow, he made himself conspicuous. The result was that Odell proposed to take her away. I suppose he was suspicious of anybody of Archie's world, and, well, there was a row. The place was very empty, only about a dozen, and mostly a rather bad lot. Archie asked what right he had to carry off the girl, and lost his temper, and the manager was called in, the man with the black beard. He backed up Odell, and then Archie did a very silly thing. He said he was Sir Archibald Roylance and wasn't going to be dictated to by any Jew, and worse, he said his friend was the Marquis de la Tour du Pin, and that between them they would burst up this show, and that he wouldn't have a poor girl ordered about by a third-rate American bully. I don't know what happened afterwards. The women were hustled out, and I had to go with the rest. But, Dick, it's bad trouble. I'm not afraid so much for Archie, though he has probably had a bad mauling. But the Marquis, they're sure to know who he is and all about him, and remember his connection with Adela. They're almost certain to make certain, in some horrible way, that he can't endanger them again." "Lord," I groaned, "what a catastrophe! And what on earth can I do? I daren't take any part." "No," came a hesitating voice, "I suppose not. But you can warn the Marquis, if nothing has happened to him already." "Precious poor chance. These fellows don't waste time. But go to bed and sleep, my dear. I'll do my best." My best at that time of night was pretty feeble. I rang up Victor's house and found, as I expected, that Turpin had not returned. Then I rang up Archie's house in Grosvenor Street and got the same answer about him. It was no good my going off to the back streets of Marylebone, so I went to bed and spent a wretched night. Very early next morning I was in Grosvenor Street, and there I had news. Archie's man had just had a telephone message from a hospital to say that his master had had an accident, and would he come round and bring clothes. He packed a bag, and he and I drove there at once, and found the miserable Archie in bed, the victim officially of a motor accident. He did not seem to be very bad, but it was a rueful face, much battered about the eyes and bandaged as to the jaw, which was turned on me when the nurse left us. "You remember what I said about the pug with the diamond studs?" he whistled through damaged teeth. "Well, I took him on last night and got tidily laid out. I'm not up to professional standards, and my game leg made me slow." "You've put your foot into it most nobly," I said. "What do you mean by brawling in a dance club?" "You've embarrassed me horribly in the job I'm on." "But how?" he asked, and but for the bandage his jaw would have dropped. "Never mind how at present. I want to know exactly what happened. It's more important than you think." He told me the same story that I had heard from Mary, but much garlanded with objurgations. He denied that he had dined too well, nothing but a small whiskey and soda and 1 glass of port. He had been looking for the girl in green for some time, and having found her, was not going to miss the chance of making her acquaintance. A melancholy little being with nothing to say for herself, she's had hard usage from some swine, you could see it by her eyes, and I expect the pug's the villain. Anyway, I wasn't going to stand his ordering her about like a slave, so I told him so, and a fellow with a black beard chipped in, and they began to hustle me. Then I did a damn silly thing. I tried to solemnize him by saying who I was, and old Turpin was there, so I dragged his name in. Dashed caddish thing to do, but I thought a marquis would put the wind up that crowd. Did he join in? I don't know. I rather fancy he got scragged at the start. Anyhow, I found myself facing the pug, seeing bright red and inclined to fight a dozen. I didn't last for more than one round. My game leg cramped me, I suppose. I got in one or two on his ugly face. Then I suppose I took a knockout. After that, I don't remember anything till I woke up in this bed, feeling as if I had been through a mangle. The people here say I was brought in by two bobbies, and a fellow with a motor car who said I had walked slap into his bonnet at a street corner and hurt my face. He was very concerned about me, but omitted to leave his name and address. Very thoughtful of the sweeps to make sure there would be no scandal. I say, Dick, you don't suppose this will get into the newspapers? I don't want to be placarded as having been in such a vulgar shindy, just as I'm thinking of going in for Parliament. I don't think there's the remotest chance of your hearing another word about it, unless you talk too much yourself. Look here, Archie, you've got to promise me never to go near that place again, and never, on any account whatever, go hunting for that girl in green. I'll give you my reasons some day, but you can take it that they're good ones. Another thing, you've got to keep out of Turpin's way. I only hope you haven't done him irreparable damage because of your idiocy last night. Archie was desperately penitent. I know I behaved like a cad. I'll go and grovel to old Turpin as soon as they let me up. But he's all right, sure to be. He wasn't looking for a fight like me. I expect he only got shoved into the street and couldn't get back again. I did not share Archie's optimism, and very soon my fear was a certainty. I went straight from the hospital to Carlton House Terrace, and found Mr. Victor at breakfast. I learned that the Marquis de la Tour du Pin had been dining out on the previous evening, and had not returned. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Three Hostages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lissy Schneider. The Three Hostages by John Buchan. Chapter 15. How a French Nobleman Discovered Fear. I have twice heard from Turpin the story I am going to set down, once before he understood much of it, a second time when he had got some enlightenment, but I doubt whether to his dying day he will ever be perfectly clear about what happened to him. I have not had time to introduce Turpin properly, and in any case I am not sure that the job is not beyond me. My liking for the French is profound, but I believe there is no race on earth which the average Briton is less qualified to comprehend. For myself, I could far more easily get inside the skin of a Boche. I knew he was as full of courage as a berserker, pretty mad, but with that queer core of prudence which your Latin possesses, and which in the long run makes his madness less dangerous than an Englishman's. He was high-strung, excitable, imaginative, and I should have said in a general way, very sensitive to influences such as Medina wielded. But he was forewarned. Mary had told him the main lines of the business, and he was playing the part she set him as dutifully as a good child. I had not done justice to his power of self-control. He saw his sweetheart leading that blind, unearthly life, and it must have been a torture to him to do nothing except look on. But he never attempted to wake her memory, but waited obediently till Mary gave orders, and played the part to perfection of the ordinary half-witted dancing mountebank. When the row with Archie started and the scurry began, he had the sense to see that he must keep out of it. Then he heard Archie speak his real name, and saw the mischief involved in that, for nobody knew him except Mary, and he had passed as a Monsieur Claude Simon from Buenos Aires. When he saw his friend stand up to the bruiser, he started off instinctively to his help, but stopped in time, and turned to the door. The man with the black beard was looking at him, but said nothing. There seemed to be a good deal of racket at the foot of the stairs. One of the girls caught his arm. "No go that way," she whispered. "It's a raid, all right. There's another road out. You don't want your name in tomorrow's papers." He followed her into a little side passage, which was almost empty and very dark, and there he lost her. He was just starting to prospect when he saw a little dago whom he recognized as one of the bartenders. "Up at the stairs, monsieur," the man said. "Then first to the left and down again. You come out in the yard of the Apollo garage. Quick, monsieur, or les flics will be here." Turpin sped up the steep wooden stairs and found himself in another passage, fairly well lit, with a door at each end. He took the one to the left and dashed through, wondering how he was to recover his hat and coat, and also what had become of Mary. The door opened easily enough, and in his haste he took 2 steps forward. It swung behind him so that he was in complete darkness, and he turned back to open it again to give him light. But it would not open. With the shutting of that door he walked clean out of the world. At first he was angry, and presently, when he realized the situation, a little alarmed. The place seemed to be small, it was utterly dark, and as stuffy as the inside of a safe. His chief thought at the moment was that it would never do for him to be caught in a raid on a dance club, for his true name might come out, and the harm which Archie's foolish tongue had wrought might be thereby aggravated. But soon he saw that he had stepped out of one kind of danger into what was probably a worse. He was locked in an infernal cupboard in a house which he knew to have the most unholy connections. He started to grope around and found that the place was larger than he thought. The walls were bare, the floor seemed to be of naked boards, and there was not a stick of furniture anywhere, nor, so far as he could see, any window. He could not discover the door he had entered by, which on the inside must have been finished dead level with the walls. Presently he found that his breathing was difficult, and that almost put him in a panic, for the dread of suffocation had always been for him the private funk from which the bravest man is not free. To breathe was like having his face tightly jammed against a pillow. He made an effort and controlled himself, for he realized that if he let himself become hysterical, he would only suffocate the faster. Then he declares that he felt a hand pressing on his mouth. It must have been imagination, for he admits that the place was empty, but all the same the hand came again and again, a large soft hand smelling of roses. His nerves began to scream and his legs to give under him. The roses came down on him in a cloud, and that horrible flabby hand, as big as a hill, seemed to smother him. He tried to move, to get away from it, and before he knew, he found himself on his knees. He struggled to get up, but the hand was on him, flattening him out, and that intolerable sweet sickly odour swathed him in its nauseous folds. And then he lost consciousness. How long he was senseless he doesn't know, but he thinks it must have been a good many hours. When he came to, he was no longer in the cupboard. He was lying on what seemed to be a couch in a room which felt spacious, for he could breathe freely, but it was still as black as the nether pit. He had a blinding headache, and felt rather sick and as silly as an owl. He couldn't remember how he had come there, but as his hand fell on his shirt front and he realized he was in dress clothes, he recollected Archie's cry. That was the last clear thing in his head, but it steadied him, for it reminded him how grave was his danger. He has told me that at first he was half stifled with panic, for he was feeling abominably weak. But he had just enough reason left in him to let him take a pull on his nerves. "You must be a man," he repeated to himself. "Even if you have stumbled into hell, you must be a man." Then a voice spoke out of the darkness, and at the sound of it most of his fright disappeared. It was no voice that he knew, but a pleasant voice, and it spoke to him in French. Not ordinary French, you understand, but the French of his native valley in the south, with the soft slurring patois of his home. It seemed to drive away his headache and nausea, and to soothe every jangled nerve, but it made him weaker. Of that he has no doubt. This friendly voice was making him a child again. His memory of what it said is hopelessly vague. He thinks that it reminded him of the life of his boyhood, the old chateau in a fold of the limestone hills, the feathery chestnuts in the valley bottom, the clear pools where the big trout lived, the snowy winters when the wolves came out of the forest to the farmyard doors, the hot summers when the roads were blinding white and the turf on the downs grew as yellow as corn. The memory of it was all jumbled, and whatever the voice said, its effect was more like music than spoken words. It smoothed out the creases in his soul, but it stole also the manhood from him. He was becoming limp and docile and passive like a weak child. The voice stopped, and he felt a powerful inclination to sleep. Then suddenly, between sleeping and waking, he became aware of a light, a star which glowed ahead of him in the darkness. It waxed and then waned, and held his eyes like a vice. At the back of his head he knew that there was some devilry in the business, that it was something which he ought to resist, but for the life of him he could not remember why. The light broadened till it was like a circle which a magic lantern makes on a screen. Into the air there crept a strange scent, not the sickly smell of roses, but a hard pungent smell which tantalized him with its familiarity. Where had he met it before? Slowly out of it there seemed to shape a whole world of memories. Now a Turpin before the war had put in some years' service in Africa with the Armée Coloniale as a lieutenant of space, and had gone with various engineering and military expeditions south of the Algerian frontier into the desert. He used to rave to me about the glories of those lost days, that first youth of a man which does not return. This smell was the desert, that unforgettable, untamable thing which stretches from the Mediterranean to the Central African forests, the place where, in the days when it was sea, Ulysses wandered, and where the magic of Circe and Calypso, for all the world knows, may still linger. In the moon of light a face appeared, a face so strongly lit up that every grim and subtle line of it was magnified. It was an Eastern face, a lean, high-boned Arab face, with the eyes set in a strange slant. He had never seen it before, but he had met something like it when he had dabbled in the crude magic of the sands, the bubbling pot and the green herb fire. At first it was only a face, half averted, and then it seemed to move so that the eyes appeared, like lights suddenly turned on at night as one looks from without at a dark house. He felt in every bone a thing he had almost forgotten, the spell and the terror of the desert. It was a cruel and inhuman face, hiding God knows what of ancient horror and sin, but wise as the Sphinx and eternal as the rocks. As he stared at it, the eyes seemed to master and envelop him, and, as he put it, suck the soul out of him. You see, he had never been told about Kurama. That was the one mistake Mary made, and a very natural one, for it was not likely that he and the Indian would foregather. So he had nothing in his poor muddled head to help him to combat this mastering presence. He didn't try. He said he felt himself sinking into a delicious lethargy, like the coma which overtakes a man who is being frozen to death. I could get very little out of Turpin about what happened next. The face spoke to him, but whether in French or some African tongue he didn't know. French, he thought, certainly not English. I gather that, while the eyes and the features were to the last degree awe-inspiring, the voice was, if anything, friendly. It told him that he was in instant danger, and that the only hope lay in utter impassivity. If he attempted to exercise his own will, he was doomed, and there was sufficient indication of what that doom meant to shake his lethargy into spasms of childish fear. "Your body is too feeble to move," said the voice, "for Allah has laid his hand on it." Sure enough, Turpin realized that he hadn't the strength of a kitten. "You have surrendered your will to Allah till he restores it to you." That also was true, for Turpin knew he could not summon the energy to brush his hair unless he was ordered to. "You will be safe," said the voice, "so long as you sleep. You will sleep till I bid you awake." Sleep he probably did, for once again came a big gap in his consciousness. The next he knew he was being jolted in something that ran on wheels, and he suddenly rolled over on his side as the vehicle took a sharp turn. This time it didn't take him quite so long to wake up. He found he was in a big motor car with his overcoat on and his hat on the seat beside him. He was stretched out almost at full length and comfortably propped up with cushions. All this he realized fairly soon, but it was some time before he could gather up the past, and then it was all blurred and sketchy. What he remembered most clearly was the warning that he was in grave peril and was only safe while he did nothing. That was burned in on his mind, and the lesson was pointed by the complete powerlessness of his limbs. He could hardly turn over from his side to his back, and he knew that if he attempted to stand, he would fall down in a heap. He shut his eyes and tried to think. Bit by bit, the past pieced itself together. He remembered Archie's cry and things before that. Mary, the girl in green. Very soon the truth smote him in the face. He had been kidnapped like the rest, and had had the same tricks played on him, but they had only affected his body. As he realized this tremendous fact, Turpin swelled with pride. Some devilry had stolen his physical strength, but his soul was his own still, his memory and his will. A sort of miasma of past fear still clung about him, like the aftertaste of influenza, but this only served to make him angry. He was most certainly not going to be beaten. The swine had miscalculated this time. They might have a cripple in their hands, but it would be a very watchful, wary, and determined cripple, quick to seize the first chance to be even with them. His anger made his spirits rise. All his life he had been a man of tropical loves and tempestuous hates. He had loathed the Boche, the Freemasons and Communists and the deputies of his own land, and ever since Adela's disappearance he had nursed a fury against a person or persons unknown. And now every detestation of which he was capable had been focused against those who were responsible for this night's work. The fools! They thought they had got a trussed sheep, when all the time it was a lame tiger. The blinds of the car were down, but by small painful movements he managed to make out that there was a man in the front seat beside the chauffeur. By and by he got a corner of the right-hand blind raised, and saw that it was night time, and that they were moving through broad streets that looked like a suburb. From the beat of the engine he gathered that the car was a Rolls-Royce, but not, he thought, one of the latest models. Presently the motion became less regular, and he realized that the suburban streets were giving place to country roads. His many expeditions in his delage had taught him a good deal about the ways out of London, but, try as he might, he could not pick up any familiar landmark. The young moon had set, so he assumed that it was near midnight. It was a fine, clear night, not very dark, and he picked up an occasional inn and church, but they never seemed to pass through any village. Probably the driver was taking the less frequented roads, a view he was confirmed in by the frequent right-angled turns and the many patches of indifferent surface. Very soon he found his efforts at reconnaissance so painful that he gave them up, and contented himself with planning his policy. Of course he must play the part of the witless sheep. That duty, he thought, presented no difficulties, for he rather fancied himself as an actor. The trouble was his bodily condition. He did not believe that a constitution as good as his could have taken any permanent damage from the night's work. The nights! He must have been away for more than one night, for the row with Archie had taken place very near 12 o'clock. This must be the midnight following. He wondered what Mr. Victor was thinking about it, and Mary, and Hannay. The miserable Hannay had now 4 lost ones to look for instead of 3. Anyhow, the devils had got an ugly prisoner in him. His body must soon be all right, unless, of course, they took steps to keep it all wrong. At that thought, Turpin's jaws set. The rule of the docile sheep might be difficult to keep up very long. The next he knew, the car had turned in at a gate, and was following a dark tree-lined avenue. In another minute it had stopped before the door of a house, and he was being lifted out by the chauffeur and the man from the front seat, and carried into a hall. But first a dark bandana was tied over his eyes, and, as he could do nothing with his arms or legs, he had to submit. He felt himself carried up a short staircase, and then along a corridor into a bedroom, where a lamp was lit. Hans undressed him, his eyes still bandaged, and equipped him with pyjamas which were not his own, and were at once too roomy and too short. Then food was brought, and an English voice observed that he had better have some supper before going to sleep. The bandage was taken off, and he saw 2 male backs disappearing through the door. Up till now he had felt no hunger or thirst, but the sight of food made him realize that he was as empty as a drum. By twisting his head he could see it all laid out on the table beside his bed. A good meal it looked. Cold ham and gelatine, an omelette, salad, cheese, and a small decanter of red wine. His soul longed for it, but what about his feeble limbs? Was this some new torture of Tantalus? Desire grew, and like an automaton he moved to it. He felt all numbed with needles and pins everywhere, but surely he was less feeble than he had been in the car. First he managed to get his right arm extended, and by flexing the elbow and wrist, a certain life seemed to creep back. Then he did the same thing with his right leg, and presently found that he could wriggle by inches to the edge of the bed. He was soon out of breath, but there could be no doubt about it, he was getting stronger. A sudden access of thirst enabled him to grasp the decanter, and, after some trouble with the stopper, to draw it to his lips. Spilling a good deal, he succeeded in getting a mouthful. "La Rose," he murmured, "and a good vintage. It would have been better if it had been cognac." But the wine put new life into him. He found he could use both arms, and he began wolfishly on the omelette, making a rather messy job of it. By this time he was feeling a remarkably vigorous convalescent, and he continued with the cold meat, till the cramp in his left shoulder forced him to lie back on the pillow. It soon passed, and he was able in fair comfort to finish the meal, down to the last lettuce leaf of the salad and the last drop of the claret. The Turpin who reclined again on the bed was to all intents the same vigorous young man who the night before had stumbled through that fateful door into the darkness. But it was a Turpin with a profoundly mystified mind. He would have liked to smoke, but his cigarettes were in the pocket of his dress clothes, which had been removed. so he started to do for his legs what he had already achieved for his arms, and with the same happy results. It occurred to him that, while he was alone, he had better discover whether or not he could stand. He made the effort, rolled out of bed onto the floor, hit the little table with his head, and set the dishes rattling. But after a few scrambles he got to his feet and managed to shuffle round the room. The mischief was leaving his body, so much was plain, and for a natural stiffness in the joints he felt as well as ever. But what it all meant he hadn't a notion. He was inclined to the belief that somehow he had scored off his enemies, and was a tougher proposition than they had bargained for. They had assuredly done no harm to his mind with their witchcraft, and it looked as if they had also failed with his body. The thought emboldened him. The house seemed quiet. Why should he not do a little exploration? He cautiously opened the door, finding it, somewhat to his surprise, unlocked. The passage was lit by a hanging oil lamp, carpeted with an old-fashioned drugget, and its walls decorated with a set of flower pictures. Turpin came to the conclusion that rarely in his life had he been in a dwelling which seemed more innocent and homelike. He considered himself sensitive to the nuances of sinister in an atmosphere, and there was nothing of that sort in this. He took a step or two down the passage, and then halted, for he thought he heard a sound. Yes, there could be no doubt of it. It was water gushing from a tap. Someone in the establishment was about to have a bath. Then he slipped back to his room just in time. The someone was approaching with light feet and a rustle of draperies. He had his door shut when the steps passed, and then opened it and stuck his head out. He saw a pink dressing gown, and above it a slender neck and masses of dark hair. It was the figure which he of all men was likely to know best. It seemed that the place for him was bed, so he got between the sheets again and tried to think. Adela Victor was here. Therefore he was in the hands of her captors, and made a fourth in their bag. But what insanity had prompted these wary criminals to bring the two of them to the same prison? Were they so utterly secure, so confident of their power, that they took this crazy risk? The insolence of it made him furious. In the name of every saint he swore that he would make them regret it. He would free the lady and himself, though he had to burn down the house and wring the neck of every inmate. And then he remembered the delicacy of the business, and the need of exact timing if the other two hostages were not to be lost. And at the thought he groaned. There was a tap at the door, and a man entered to clear away the supper table. He seemed an ordinary English valet, with his stiff collar and decent black coat, and smug, expressionless face. "Beg pardon, my lord," he said. "At what hour would you like your shaving water? Seeing it's been late night, I make so bold as to suggest 10 o'clock. Turpin assented, and the servant had hardly gone when another visitor appeared. It was a slim, pale man, whom he was not conscious of having seen before, a man with grey hair and a melancholy droop of the head. He stood at the foot of the bed, gazing upon the prostrate Turpin, and his look was friendly. He addressed him in French of the most Saxon type. "Êtes-vous confortable, monsieur? C'est bien. Soyez tranquille. Nous sommes vos amis. Bonsoir." End of chapter 15. Recording by Lissy Schneider.
Chapter 16 of The Three Hostages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K.L. Zuehlke. The Three Hostages by John Buchan. Chapter 16. Our time is narrowed. I lunched that day with Mary, alone, for her aunts were both in Paris, and it would have been hard to find in the confines of the British Islands a more dejected pair. Mary, who had always a singular placid gentleness, showed her discomposure only by her pallor. As for me, I was as restless as a bantam. "I wish I had never touched the thing," I cried. "I have done more harm than good." "You have found Lord Machray," she protested. "Yes, and I lost Turpin. The brutes are still 3 up on us. I thought we had found 2. And now we have lost Miss Victor again, and Turpin. They'll find him an ugly customer and probably take strong measures with him. They'll stick to him and the girl and the little boy now like wax, for last night's performance is bound to make them suspicious." "I wonder," said Mary, always an optimist. "You see, Sir Archie only dragged him in because of his rank. It looked odd his being in Adela's company, but then all the times he has seen her, he never spoke a word to her. They must have noticed that. I'm anxious about Sir Archie. He ought to leave London. Confound him, he's going to. As soon as he gets out of hospital, which will probably be this afternoon. I insisted on it, but he meant to in any case. He's heard an authentic report of a green sandpiper nesting somewhere. It would be a good thing if Archie would stick to birds. He has no head for anything else. And now we've got to start again at the beginning." "Not quite the beginning," she interposed. "Dash it near it. They won't bring Miss Victor into that kind of world again. And all your work goes for nothing, my dear. It's uncommon bad luck that you didn't begin to wake her up, for then she might have done something on her own account. But she's still a dummy, and tucked away, you may be sure, in some place where we can never reach her, and we have little more than 3 weeks left." "It is bad luck," Mary agreed. "But, Dick, I've a feeling that I haven't lost Adela Victor. I believe that somehow or other we'll soon get in touch with her again. You remember how children, when they lose a ball, sometimes send another one after it, in the hope that one will find the other? Well, we've sent the Marquis after Adela, and I've a notion we may find them both together. We always did that as children." She paused at the word children, and I saw pain in her eyes. "Oh, Dick, the little boy. We're no nearer him, and he's far the most tragic of all." The whole business looked so black that I had no word of comfort to give her. "And to put a lid on it," I groaned, "I've got to settle down in Medina's house this evening. I hate the idea like poison." "It's the safest way," she said. "Yes, but it puts me out of action. He'll watch me like a lynx, and I won't be able to take a single step on my own. Simply sit there and eat and drink and play up to his vanity. Great Scott, I swear I'll have a row with him and break his head." "Dick, you're not going to, how do you say it, chuck in your hand? Everything depends on you. You're our scout in the enemy's headquarters. Your life depends on your playing the game. Colonel Arbuthnot said so. You may find out something tremendous. It won't be horrible for you, but it isn't for long, and it's the only way." That was Mary all over. She was trembling with anxiety for me, but she was such a thorough sportsman that she wouldn't take any soft option. "You may hear something about David Warcliffe," she added. "I hope to God I do. Don't worry, darling. I'll stick it out. But look here, we must make a plan. I shall be more or less shut off from the world, and I must have a line of communication open. You can't telephone me at the house, and I daren't ring you up from there. The only chance is the club. If you have any message, ring up the head porter and make him write it down. I'll arrange that he keeps it quiet, and I'll pick up the messages when I get a chance. And I'll ring you up occasionally to give you the news. But I must be jolly careful, for likely as not, Medina will keep an eye on me, even there. You're in touch with McGillivray?" She nodded. "And with Sandy?" "Yes, but it takes some time, a day at least. We can't correspond direct." "Well, there's the layout. I'm a prisoner with qualifications. You and I can keep up some sort of communication. As you say, there's only about another 3 weeks. It would be nothing if only we had some hope." "That's life, my dear. We've got to go on to the finish anyhow, trusting that luck will turn in the last 10 minutes. I arrived in Hill Street after tea and found Medina in the back smoking room writing letters. "Good man, Hannay," he said. "Make yourself comfortable. There are cigars on the table." "Had a satisfactory time in Shropshire?" I asked. "Rotten. I motored back this morning, starting very early. Some tiresome business here wanted my attention. I'm sorry, but I'll be out to dinner tonight. The same thing always happens when I want to see my friends. A hideous rush of work." He was very hospitable, but his manner had not the ease it used to have. He seemed on the edge about something, and rather preoccupied. I guessed it was the affair of Archie Roylance and Turpin. I dined alone, and sat after dinner in the smoking room, for Odell never suggested the library, though I would have given a lot to Fosse about that place. I fell asleep over the field, and was awakened about 11 by Medina. He looked almost tired, a rare thing for him. Also, his voice was curiously hard. He made some trivial remark about the weather, and a row in the cabinet which was going on. Then he said suddenly, "Have you seen Arbuthnot lately?" "No," I replied, with real surprise in my tone. "How could I? He has gone back to the East." "So I thought, but I had been told that he has been seen in England." For a second I had a horrid fear that he had got on the track of my meeting with Sandy at the Cotswold Inn, and his visit to Fosse. His next words reassured me. "Yes, in London, within the last few days." It was easy enough for me to show astonishment. What a crazy fellow he is. He can't stay put for a week together. All I can say is that I hope he won't come my way. I have no particular wish to see him again. Medina said no more. He accompanied me to my bedroom, asked if I had everything I wanted, bade me good night, and left me. Now began one of the strangest weeks in my life. Looking back, it is still the inconsequence of a nightmare, but 1 or 2 episodes stand out like reefs in a tide race. When I woke the first morning under Medina's roof, I believed that somehow or other he had come to suspect me. I soon saw that that was nonsense, that he regarded me as a pure chattel. But I saw, too, that a most active suspicion of something had been awakened in his mind. Probably Archie's fiasco, together with the news of Sandy, had done it, and perhaps there was in it something of the natural anxiety of a man nearing the end of a difficult course. Anyhow, I concluded that this tension of mind on his part was bound to make things more difficult for me. Without suspecting me, he kept me perpetually under his eye. He gave me orders as if I were a child, or rather he made suggestions, which in my character of worshipping disciple I had to treat as orders. He was furiously busy, night and day, and yet he left me no time to myself. He wanted to know everything I did, and I had to give an honest account of my doings, for I had a feeling that he had ways of finding out the truth. One lie discovered would, I knew, wreck my business utterly. For if I were under his power, as he believed I was, it would be impossible for me to lie to him. Consequently, I dared not pay many visits to the club, for he would want to know what I did there, and I was on such desperately thin ice that I thought it best to stay most of my time in Hill Street, unless he asked me to accompany him. I consulted Mary about this, and she agreed that it was the wise course. Apart from a flock of maids, there was no other servant in the house but Odell. Twice I met the gray, sad-faced man on the stairs, the man I had seen on my first visit, and had watched a week before in the house behind the curiosity shop. I asked who he was, and was told a private secretary who helped Medina in his political work. I gathered that he did not live regularly in the house, but only came there when his services were required. Now, Mary had said that the other man, that evening in Little Fardell Street, had been Sandy. If she was right, this fellow might be a friend, and I wondered if I could get in touch with him. The first time I encountered him, he never raised his eyes. The second time, I forced him by some question to look at me, and he turned on me a perfectly dead, expressionless face like a codfish. I concluded that Mary had been in error, for this was the genuine satellite, every feature of whose character had been steamrollered out of existence by Medina's will. I was seeing Medina now at very close quarters and in complete undress, and the impression he had made on me at our first meeting, which had been all overlaid by subsequent happenings, grew as vivid again as daylight. The good fellow, of course, had gone. I saw behind all his perfection of manner to the naked ribs of his soul. He would talk to me late at night in that awful library, till I felt that he and the room were one presence, and that all the diabolic lore of the ages had been absorbed by this one mortal. You must understand that there was nothing wrong in the ordinary sense with anything he said. If there had been a phonograph recording his talk, it could have been turned on with perfect safety in a girls' school. He never spoke foully or brutally. I don't believe he had a shadow of those faults of the flesh which we mean when we use the word vice. But I swear that the most wretched libertine before the bar of the Almighty would have shown a clean sheet compared to his. I know no word to describe how he impressed me, except wickedness. He seemed to annihilate the world of ordinary moral standards, all the little rags of honest impulse and stumbling kindness with which we try to shelter ourselves from the winds of space. His consuming egotism made life a bare cosmos in which his spirit scorched like a flame. I have met bad men in my day, fellows who ought to have been quietly and summarily put out of existence, but if I had had the trying of them, I would have found bits of submerged decency and stunted remnants of good feeling. At any rate, they were human, and their beastliness was a degeneration of humanity, not its flat opposite. Medina made an atmosphere which was like a cold, bright air in which nothing can live. He was utterly and consumedly wicked, with no standard which could be remotely related to ordinary life. That is why, I suppose, mankind has had to invent the notion of devils. He seemed to be always lifting the corner of a curtain and giving me peeps into a hoary mystery of iniquity older than the stars. I suppose that someone who had never felt his hypnotic power would have noticed very little in his talk, except its audacious cleverness, and that someone wholly under his dominion would have been less impressed than me because he would have forgotten his own standards and been unable to make the comparison. I was just in the right position to understand and tremble. Oh, I can tell you, I used to go to bed solemnized, frightened half out of my wits, and yet in a violent revulsion, and hating him like hell. It was pretty clear that he was mad. For madness means just this dislocation of the modes of thought, which mortals have agreed upon as necessary to keep the world together. His head used to seem as round as a bullet, like nothing you find even in the skulls of cavemen, and his eyes to have a blue light in them, like the sunrise of death in an Arctic waste. One day I had a very narrow escape. I went to the club to see if there was anything from Mary, and received instead a long cable from Gaudian in Norway. I had just opened it when I found Medina at my elbow. He had seen me enter, and followed me in order that we should walk home together. Now I had arranged a simple code with Gaudian for his cables, and by the mercy of heaven that honest fellow had taken special precautions and got some friend to send this message from Christiania. Had it borne the Murdell stamp, it would have been all up with me. The only course was the bold one, though I pursued it with a quaking heart. "Hello," I cried. "Here's a cable from a pal of mine in Norway. Did I tell you I had been trying to get a beat on the Lirdal for July? I had almost forgotten about the thing. I started inquiring in March, and here's my first news." I handed him the 2 sheets, and he glanced at the place of dispatch. "Code," he said. "You want to work it out now? If you don't mind waiting a few seconds, it's a simple code of my own invention, and I ought to be able to decipher it pretty fast." We sat down at one of the tables in the hall, and I took up a pen and a sheet of notepaper. As I think I have mentioned before, I am rather a swell at codes, and this one in particular I could read without much difficulty. I jotted down some letters and numbers, and then wrote out a version which I handed to Medina. This is what he read. "Upper Beat Lirdal, available from 1st of month. Rent 250, with option of August at 100 more. No limit to rods, boat on each pool. Tidal water can also be got for sea trout by arrangement. If you accept, please cable word yes. You should arrive not later than June 29th. Bring plenty of bottled prawns. Motorboat can be had from Bergen. Anderson, Grand Hotel, Christiania." But all the time I was scribbling this nonsense, I was reading the code correctly and getting the message by heart. Here is what Gaudian really sent. "Our friend has quarreled with keeper and beaten him soundly. I have taken charge at farm and frightened latter into docility. He will remain prisoner in charge of ally of mine till I give the word to release. Meantime, think it safer to bring friend to England and start on Monday. Will wire address in Scotland and wait your instructions. No danger of keeper sending message? Do not be anxious. All is well." Having got that clear in my head, I tore the cable into small pieces and flung them into the wastepaper basket. "Well, are you going?" Medina asked. "Not I. I'm off salmon fishing for the present." I took a cable from the table and wrote, "Sorry, must cancel Lirdal plan." Signed it Hannay. Addressed it to Anderson, Grand Hotel, Christiania, and gave it to the porter to send off. I wonder what happened to that telegram. It is probably still stuck up on the hotel board awaiting the arrival of the mythical Anderson. On the way back to Hill Street, Medina put his arm in mine and was very friendly. "I hope to get a holiday," he said, "perhaps just after the beginning of June. Only a day or 2 off now. I may go abroad for a little. I would like you to come with me." That puzzled me a lot. Medina could not possibly leave town before the great liquidation, and there could be no motive in trying to mislead me on such a point, seeing that I was living in his house. I wondered if something had happened to make him change the date. It was of the first importance that I should find this out, and I did my best to draw him about his plans, but I could get nothing out of him except that he hoped for an early holiday, and early might apply to the middle of June as well as to the beginning, for it was now the 27th of May. Next afternoon at tea-time, to my surprise, Odell appeared in the smoking-room, followed by the long, lean figure of Tom Greenslade. I never saw anybody with greater pleasure, but I didn't dare to talk to him alone. "Is your master upstairs?" I asked the butler. "Will you tell him that Dr. Greenslade is here? He is an old friend of his." We had rather less than 2 minutes before Medina appeared. "I come from your wife," Greenslade whispered. "She has told me all about the business, and she thought this was the safest plan. I was to tell you that she has news of Miss Victor and the Marquis. They are safe enough. Any word of the little boy?" He raised his voice as Medina entered. "My dear fellow, this is a great pleasure. I had to be in London for a consultation, and I thought I would look up Hannay. I hardly hoped to have the luck to catch a busy man like you." Medina was very gracious. No, that is not the word, for there was nothing patronizing in his manner. He asked in the most friendly way about Greenslade's practice and how he liked English country life after his many wanderings. He spoke with an air of regret of the great valleys of Laos and the windy Central Asian tablelands where they had first foregathered. Odell brought in tea, and we made as pleasant a trio as friends as you could find in London. I asked a few casual questions about Fosse, and then I mentioned Peter John. Here Greenslade had an inspiration. He told me afterwards that he thought it might be a good thing to open a channel for further communications. "I think he's all right," he said slowly. "He's been having occasional stomach aches, but I expect that is only the result of hot weather and the first asparagus. Lady Hannay is a little anxious. You know what she is. And all mothers today keep thinking about appendicitis. So I'm keeping my eye on the little man. You needn't worry, Dick." I take credit to myself for having divined the doctor's intention. I behaved as if I scarcely heard him, and as if Fosse Manor and my family were things infinitely remote. Indeed, I switched off the conversation to where Medina had last left it, and I behaved towards Tom Greenslade as if his presence rather bored me. And I had very little to say to him. When he got up to go, it was Medina who accompanied him to the front door. All this was a heavy strain upon my self-command, for I would have given anything for a long talk with him, though I had the sense not to believe his news about Peter John. "Not a bad fellow, that doctor of yours," Medina observed on his return. "No," I said carelessly, "rather a dull dog all the same, with his country gossip. But I wish him well, for it is to him that I owe your friendship." I must count that episode one of my lucky moments, for it seemed to give Medina some special satisfaction. "Why do you make this your only sitting room?" he asked. "The library is at your disposal, and it is pleasanter in summer than any other part of the house." "I thought I might be disturbing your work," I said humbly. "Not a bit of it. Besides, I've nearly finished my work. After tonight I can slack off, and presently I'll be an idle man." "And then the holiday?" "And then the holiday." He smiled in a pleasant boyish way, which was one of his prettiest tricks. "How soon will that be?" "If all goes well, very soon. Probably after the 2nd of June. By the way, the Thursday Club dines on the 1st. I want you to be my guest again." Here was more food for thought. The conviction grew upon me that he and his friends had put forward the date of liquidation. They must have suspected something, probably from Sandy's presence in England, and were taking no risk. I smoked that evening till my tongue was sore, and went to bed in a fever of excitement. The urgency of the matter fairly screamed in my ears, for McGillivray must know the truth at once, and so must Mary. Mercat was safe, and there was a chance, apparently, of Turpin and Miss Victor, which must be acted upon instantly if the main date were changed. Of the little boy, I had given up all hope. But how to find the truth? I felt like a man in a bad dream who was standing on the lines with an express train approaching and does not know how to climb back onto the platform. Next morning, Medina never left me. He took me in his car to the city, and I waited while he did his business, and then to call in Carlton House Terrace, a few doors from the Victor's house. I believe it was the residence of the man who led his party in the Lords. After luncheon, he solemnly installed me in the library. "You're not much of a reader, and in any case you would probably find my books dull, but there are excellent armchairs to doze in." Then he went out, and I heard the wheels of his car move away. I felt a kind of awe creeping over me when I found myself left alone in the uncanny place, which I knew to be the devil's kitchen for all his schemes. There was a telephone on his writing table, the only one I had seen in the house, though there was no doubt one in the butler's pantry. I turned up the telephone book and found a number given, but it was not the one on the receiver. This must be a private telephone, by means of which he could ring up anybody he wanted, but of which only his special friends knew the number. There was nothing else in the room to interest me, except the lines and lines of books, for his table was as bare as a bank manager's. I tried the books, but most of them were a long sight too learned for me. Most were old, and many were in Latin, and some were evidently treasures, for I would take one down and find it a leather box with inside it a slim, battered volume wrapped in wash leather. But I found in one corner a great array of works of travel, so I selected one of Oriel Steen's books and settled down in an armchair with it. I tried to fix my attention, but found it impossible. The sentences would not make sense to my restless mind, and I could not follow the maps. So I got up again, replaced the work on its shelf, and began to wander about. It was a dull, close day, and out in the street a water cart was sprinkling a dust, and children were going parkwards with their nurses. I simply could not account for my disquiet. But I was like a fine lady with the vapors. I felt that somewhere in that room there was something that it concerned me deeply to know. I drifted toward the bare writing table. There was nothing on it but a massive silver inkstand in the shape of an owl, a silver tray of pens and oddments, a leather case of notepaper, and a big blotting book. I would never have made a good thief, for I felt both nervous and ashamed as, after listening for steps, I tried the drawers. They were all locked, all that is except a shallow one at the top, which looked as if it were meant to contain one of those big engagement tablets which busy men affect. There was no tablet there, but there were 2 sheets of paper. Both had been torn from a loose-leaf diary, and both covered the same dates, the fortnight between Monday, the 29th of May, and Sunday, the 11th of June. In the first, the space for the days was filled with entries in Medina's neat writing, entries in some sort of shorthand. These entries were close and thick, up to and including Friday, the 2nd of June. After that, there was nothing. The second sheet of paper was just the opposite. The spaces were virgin up to and including the 2nd of June. After that, until the 11th, they were filled with notes. As I stared at these 2 sheets, some happy instinct made me divine their meaning. The first sheet contained the steps that Medina would take up to the day of liquidation, which was clearly the 2nd of June. After that, if all went well, came peace and leisure. But if they didn't go well, the second sheet contained his plans. Plans, I have no doubt, for using the hostages for wringing safety out of certain great men's fears. My interpretation was confirmed by a small jotting in longhand on the first sheet in the space for 2nd June. It was the 2 words, Dies irae, which my Latin was just good enough to construe. I had lost all my tremors now, but I was 1,000-fold more restless. I must get word to McGillivray at once. No, that was too dangerous. To Mary. I glanced at the telephone and resolved to trust to my luck. I got through to the Wymanhams' house without difficulty. Bernard the butler answered and informed me that Mary was at home. Then, after a few seconds, I heard her voice. "Mary," I said, "the day is changed to the 2nd of June. You understand? Warn everybody. I can't think why you were worrying about that child," for I was conscious that Medina was entering the room. I managed with my knee to close the shallow drawer with the 2 sheets in it, and I nodded and smiled to him, putting my hand over the receiver. "Forgive me for using your telephone. Fact is, my wife's in London, and she sent me round a note here, asking me to ring her up. She's got the boy on her mind." I put the tube to my ear again. Mary's voice sounded sharp and high-pitched. "Are you there? I'm in Mr. Medina's library, and I can't disturb him talking through this machine. There's no cause to worry about Peter John. Greenslade is usually fussy enough, and if he's calm, there's no reason why you shouldn't be. But if you want another opinion, why not get it? We may as well get the thing straightened out now, for I may be going abroad early in June. Yes, sometime after the 2nd. Thank God Mary was quick-witted. "The 2nd is very near. Why do you make such sudden plans, Dick? I can't go home without seeing you. I think I'll come straight to Hill Street." "All right," I said. "Do as you please." I rang off and looked at Medina with a wry smile. What fussers women are. Do you mind if my wife comes round here? She won't be content till she has seen me. She has come up with a crazy notion of taking down a surgeon to give an opinion on the child's appendix. Tommy rot. But that's a woman's way. He clearly suspected nothing. "Certainly. Let Lady Hannay come here. We'll give her tea. I'm sorry that the drawing-room is out of commission just now. She might have liked to see my miniatures." Mary appeared in 10 minutes, and most nobly she acted her part. It was the very model of a distraught, silly mother who bustled into the room. Her eyes looked as if she had been crying, and she had managed to disarrange her hat and untidy her hair. "Oh, I've been so worried," she wailed after she murmured apologies to Medina. "He really has had a bad tummy pain, and Nurse thought last night that he was feverish. I've seen Mr. Dobson-Ray, and he can come down by the 4:45. He's such a precious little boy, Mr. Medina, that I feel we must take every precaution with him. If Mr. Dobson-Ray says it is all right, I promise not to fuss any more. I think a second opinion would please Dr. Greenslade, for he too looked rather anxious. Oh, no, thank you so much, but I can't stay for tea. I have a taxi waiting, and I might miss my train. I'm going to pick up Mr. Dobson-Ray in Wimpole Street." She departed in the same tornado in which she had come, just stopping to set her hat straight at one of the mirrors in the hall. "Of course, I'll wire when the surgeon has seen him, and Dick, you'll come down at once if there's anything wrong, and bring nurses. Poor little darling. Did you say after the 2nd of June, Dick? I do hope you'll be able to get off. You need a holiday away from your tiresome family. Goodbye, Mr. Medina. It was so kind of you to be patient with the silly mother. Look after Dick, and don't let him worry." I had preserved admirably the aloof air of the bored and slightly ashamed husband. But now I realized that Mary was not babbling at large, but was saying something which I was meant to take in. Poor little darling," she crooned as she got into the taxi. "I do pray he'll be all right. I think he may. Dick, I hope to put your mind at ease before the 2nd of June." As I turned back to Medina, I had a notion that the poor little darling was no longer Peter John. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Three Hostages by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Chapter 17. The District Visitor in Palmyra Square. During the last fortnight a new figure had begun to appear in Palmyra Square. I do not know if MacGillivray's watchers reported its presence, for I saw none of their reports, but they must have been cognizant of it, unless they spent all their time in the nearest public house. It was a district visitor of the familiar type, a woman approaching middle age, presumably a spinster, who wore a plain black dress and, though the weather was warm, a cheap fur round her neck, and carried a rather old black silk satchel. Her figure was good, and had still a suggestion of youth, but her hair, which was dressed very flat and tight, and coiled behind in an unfashionable bun, seemed, the little that was seen of it, to be sprinkled with grey. She was dowdy, yet not altogether dowdy, for there was a certain faded elegance in her air, and an observer might have noted that she walked well. Besides the black satchel she carried usually a sheaf of papers, and invariably, and in all weathers, a cheap, badly rolled umbrella. She visited at the doctor's house with the brass plate, and the music teacher's, and at the various lodging-houses. She was attached, it appeared, to the big church of St. Jude's, a quarter of a mile off, which had just got a new and energetic vicar. She was full of enthusiasm, for her vicar praised his earnestness and his eloquence, and dwelt especially, after the way of elderly maiden ladies, on the charm of his youth. She was also very ready to speak of herself, and eager to explain that her work was voluntary. She was a gentlewoman of modest but independent means, and had rooms in Hampstead, and her father had been a clergyman at Eastbourne. Very full of her family she was to those who would hear her. There was a gentle simplicity about her manners, and an absence of all patronage, which attracted people and made them willing to listen to her when they would have shut the door on another. For the inhabitants of Palmyra Square are not a courteous or patient or religious folk. Her aim was to enlist the overworked general servants of the square in some of the organisations of St. Jude's. There were all kinds of activities in that enlightened church, choral societies and mothers' meetings and country holiday clubs, and classes for adult education. She would hand out sheaves of literature about the Girls' Friendly Society and the Mothers' Union, and such like, and try to secure a promise of attendance at some of the St. Jude's functions. I do not think she had much success at the doctor's and the music teacher's, though she regularly distributed her literature there. The wretched little maids were too downtrodden and harassed to do more than listen dully on the doorstep and say "Yes'm," nor was she allowed to see the mistresses, except one of the lodging-house keepers, who was a primitive Methodist and considered St. Jude's a device of Satan. But she had better fortune with the maid at number 4. The girl belonged to a village in Kent, and the district visitor, it seemed, had been asked to look her up by the rector of her old parish. She was a large, flat-faced young woman, slow of speech, heavy of movement, and suspicious of nature. At first she greeted the district visitor coldly, but thawed at the mention of familiar names, and accepted a copy of the St. Jude's magazine. 2 days later, when on her afternoon out, she met the district visitor and consented to walk a little way with her. Now the girl's hobby was dress, and her taste was better than most of her class, and aspired to higher things. She had a new hat which her companion admired, but she confessed that she was not quite satisfied with it. The district visitor revealed a knowledge of fashions which one would have scarcely augured from her own sombre clothes. She pointed out where the trimming was wrong, and might easily be improved, and the girl, her name was Elsie Outhwaite, agreed. "I could put it right for you in 10 minutes, she was told. "Perhaps you would let me come and see you when you have a spare half-hour, and we could do it together. I'm rather clever at hats, and used to help my sisters." The ice was broken, and the aloof Miss Outhwaite became confidential. She liked her place, had no cause to complain, received good wages, and above all was not fussed. "I minds my own business, and Madam minds hers," she said. Madam was a foreigner and had her queer ways, but had also her good points. She did not interfere unnecessarily, and was not mean. There was handsome presents at Christmas, and every now and then the house would be shut up, and Miss Outhwaite returned to Kent on generous board wages. It was not a hard billet, although of course there were a lot of visitors, Madam's clients. "She's a masseuse, you know, but very respectable." When asked if there were no other inmates of the house, she became reticent. "Not what you would call regular part of the family," she admitted. "There's an old lady, Madam's aunt, that stops with us a bit, but I don't see much of her. Madam attends to her herself, and she has her private room. And of course there's—" Miss Outhwaite seemed suddenly to recollect something and changed the subject. The district visitor professed a desire to make Madam's acquaintance, but was not encouraged. "She's not the sort for the likes of you. She don't hold with churches and God and such like. I've heard her say so. You won't be getting her near St. Jude's, miss. But if she is so clever and nice, I would like to meet her. She could advise me about some of the difficult questions in this big parish. Perhaps she would help with our country holidays." Miss Outhwaite primmed her lips and didn't think so. "You've got to be ill and nervy for Madam to have an interest in you. I'll take in your name if you like, but I expect Madam won't be at home to you." It was eventually arranged that the district visitor should call at No. 4 the following afternoon and bring the materials for the reconstructed hat. She duly presented herself, but was warned away by a flustered Miss Outhwaite. "We're that busy today, I haven't a minute to myself." Sunday was suggested, but it appeared that that was the day when the district visitor was fully occupied, so a provisional appointment was made for the next Tuesday evening. This time all went well. Madam was out, and the district visitor spent a profitable hour in Miss Outhwaite's room. Her nimble fingers soon turned the hat, purchased in Queen's Crescent for 10 and 6pence, into a distant imitation of a costlier mode. She displayed an innocent interest in the household and asked many questions which Miss Outhwaite, now in the best of tempers, answered readily. She was told of Madam's habits, her very occasional shortness of temper, her love of every tongue but English. "The worst of them foreigners," said Miss Outhwaite, "is that you can't never be sure what they thinks of you. Half the time I'm with Madam and her aunt, they're talking some heathen language." As she departed, the district visitor was given a sketch of the topography of the house, about which she showed an unexpected curiosity. Before she left there was a slight contretemps. Madam's latchkey was heard in the door, and Miss Outhwaite had a moment of panic. "Here, miss, I'll let you out through the kitchen," she whispered. But her visitor showed no embarrassment. "I'd like to meet Madam Breeder," she declared. "This is a good chance." Madam's plump, dark face showed surprise and possibly annoyance as she observed the two. Miss Outhwaite hastened to explain the situation with a speed which revealed nervousness. "This is a lady from St. Jude's, madam," she said. "She comes here district visiting, and she knows the folk in Radhurst, where I comes from. So I made bold to ask her in." "I am very glad to meet you, Madam Breeder," said the district visitor. "I hope you don't mind my calling on Elsie Outhwaite. I want her to help in our Girls' Friendly Society work." "You have been here before, I think," was the reply in a sufficiently civil tone. "I have seen you in the square sometimes." There is no objection on my part to Outhwaite's attending your meetings, but I warn you that she has very little free time." The woman was a foreigner, no doubt, but on this occasion her English showed little trace of accent. "That is very good of you. I should have asked your permission first, but you were unfortunately not at home when I called, and Elsie and I made friends by accident. I hope you will let me come again." As the visitor descended the steps and passed through the bright green gate into the gathering dusk of the square, Madame Breda watched her contemplatively from one of the windows. The lady came again 4 days later. It must, I think, have been the 29th of May. Miss Outhwaite, when she opened the door, looked flustered. "I can't talk to you tonight, miss. Madame's orders is that when you next came, you was to be shown into her room." "How very kind of her," said the lady. "I should greatly enjoy a talk with her. And, Elsie, I got such a nice present for you, a hat which a friend gave me, and which is too young, really too young, for me to wear. I'm going to give it to you if you will accept it. I'll bring it in a day or two." The district visitor was shown into the large room on the right-hand side of the hall, where Madame received her patients. There was no one there except a queer-looking little girl in a linen smock, who beckoned her to follow to the folding doors which divided the apartment from the other at the back. The lady did a strange thing, for she picked up the little girl, held her a second in her arms, and kissed her, after the emotional habit of the childless devotee. Then she passed through the folding doors. It was an odd apartment in which she found herself, much larger than it could have been guessed from the look of the house, and, though the night was warm, there was a fire lit, a smouldering fire which gave off a fine blue smoke. Madame Breda was there, dressed in a low-cut gown as if she had been dining out, and looking handsome and dark, and very foreign in the light of the shaded lamps. In an armchair by the hearth sat a wonderful old lady, with a thing like a mantilla over her snow-white hair. It was a room so unlike anything in her narrow experience that the newcomer stood hesitating as the folding door shut behind her. "Oh, Madame Breda, it is so very kind of you to see me," she faltered. "I do not know your name," Madame said, and then she did a curious thing, for she lifted a lamp and held it in the visitor's face, scrutinizing every line of her shabby figure. "Clark, Agnes Clark, and the eldest of 3 sisters. The other 2 are married. You may have heard of my father. He wrote some beautiful hymns and edited—" "How old are you?" Madame broke in, still holding up the lamp. The district visitor gave a small nervous laugh. "Oh, I am not so very old, just over 40. Well, to be quite truthful, nearly 47. I feel so young sometimes that I cannot believe it, and then, at other times, when I am tired, I feel 100. Alas, I have many useless years behind me. But then we all have, don't you think? The great thing is to be resolved to make the most of every hour that remains to us. Mr. Empson at St. Jude's preached such a beautiful sermon last Sunday about that. He said we must give every unforgiving minute its 60 seconds' worth of distance run. I think he was quoting poetry. It is terrible to think of unforgiving minutes. Madame did not appear to be listening. She said something to the other lady in a foreign tongue. "May I sit down, please?" the visitor asked. "I've been walking a good deal today." Madame waved her away from the chair she seemed about to take. "You will sit there, if you please," she said, pointing to a low couch beside the old woman. The visitor was obviously embarrassed. She sat down on the edge of the couch, a faded, nervous figure compared to the 2 masterful personages, and her fingers played uneasily with the handle of her satchel. "Why do you come to this house?" Madame asked, and her tone was almost menacing. "We have nothing to do with your church." "Oh, but you live in the parish, and it's such a large and difficult parish, and we want help from everyone. You cannot imagine how horrible some of the slums are, what bitter poverty in these bad times, and the worn-out mothers, and the poor little neglected children. We are trying to make it a brighter place. Do you want money? We always want money. The district visitor's face wore an ingratiating smile. But we want chiefly personal service. Mr. Empson always says that one little bit of personal service is better than a large subscription, better for the souls of the giver and the receiver. What do you expect to get from Outhwaite? She is a young girl from a country village and alone in London. She is a good girl, I think, and I want to give her friends an innocent amusement. And I want her to help, too, in our work. The visitor started, for she found the hand of the old woman on her arm. The long fingers were running down it and pressing it. Hitherto the owner of the hand had not spoken, but now she said, "This is the arm of a young woman. She has lied about her age. No woman of 47 ever had such an arm." The soft passage of the fingers had suddenly become a grip of steel, and the visitor cried out, "Oh, please, please, you are hurting me. I do not tell lies. I am proud of my figure, just a little. It is like my mother's, and she was so pretty. But oh, I am not young. I wish I was. I'm afraid I'm quite old when you see me by daylight." The grip had relaxed, and the visitor moved along the couch to be out of its reach. She had begun to cry in a helpless, silly way, as if she were frightened. The two other women spoke to each other in a strange tongue, and then Madame said, "I will not have you come here. I will not have you meddle with my servants. I do not care a fig for your church. If you come here again, you will repent it." Her tone was harsh, and the visitor looked as if her tears would begin again. Her discomposure had deprived her of the faded grace which had been in her air before, and she was now a pathetic and flimsy creature, like some elderly governess pleading against dismissal. "You are cruel," she sighed. "I am so sorry if I have done anything wrong, but I meant it for the best. I thought that you might help me, for Elsie said you were clever and kind. Won't you think of poor Elsie? She is so young and far from her people. Mayn't she come to St. Jude's sometimes? Outhwaite has her duties at home, and so I dare say have you, if truth was spoken. Bah! I've no patience with restless English old maids. They say an Englishman's house is his castle, and yet there is a plague of barren virgins always buzzing around it in the name of religion and philanthropy. Listen to me. I will not have you in this house. I will not have you talking to Outhwaite. I will not have an idle woman spying on my private affairs." The visitor dabbed her eyes with a wisp of handkerchief. The old woman had stretched out her hand again and would have laid it on her breast, but she had started up violently. She seemed to be in a mood between distress and fear. She swallowed hard before her voice came, and then it quavered. I think I had better go. You have wounded me very deeply. I know I'm not clever, but I try so hard, and it pains me to be misunderstood. I am afraid I have been tactless, so please forgive me. I won't come again. I'll pray that your hearts may some day be softened." She seemed to make an effort to regain composure, and with a final dab at her eyes smiled shakily at the unrelenting Madame, who had touched an electric bell. She closed the folding doors gently behind her, like a repentant child who has been sent to bed. The front room was in darkness, but there was a light in the hall where Miss Outhwaite waited to show her out. At the front door the district visitor had recovered herself. "Elsie," she whispered, "Madame Breda does not want me to come again, but I must give you the hat I promised you. I'll have it ready by Thursday night. I'm afraid I may be rather late. After 11, perhaps, but don't go to bed till I come. I'll go round to the back door. It's such a smart, pretty hat. I know you'll love it." Once in the square, she looked sharply about her, cast a glance back at number 4, and then walked away briskly. There was a man lounging at the corner to whom she spoke. He nodded and touched his hat, and a big motor car, which had been waiting in the shadows on the other side, drew up at the curb. It seemed a strange conveyance for the district visitor, but she entered it as if she were used to it, and when it moved off, it was not in the direction of her rooms in Hampstead. End of chapter 17. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
Section 19 of The Three Hostages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Three Hostages by John Buchan. Chapter 18. The Night of the 1st of June. The last 2 days of May were spent by me in the most miserable restlessness and despondency. I was cut off from all communications with my friends, and I did not see how I could reopen them. For Medina, after his late furious busyness, seemed to have leisure again, and he simply never let me out of his sight. I dare say I might have managed a visit to the club and a telephone message to Mary, but I durst not venture it, for I realized, as I had never done before, how delicate was the ground I walked on, and how one false step on my part might blow everything sky-high. It would have mattered less if I had been hopeful of success, but a mood of black pessimism had seized me. I could count on Mary passing on my news to McGillivray, and on McGillivray's taking the necessary steps to hasten the rounding up. By the 2nd of June, Murcott would be restored to his friends, and Miss Victor too, if Mary had got on her track again. But who was arranging all that? Was Mary alone in the business, and where was Sandy? Murcott and Gaudian would be arriving in Scotland, and telegraphing to me any moment, and I could not answer them. I had the maddening feeling that everything was on a knife-edge, that the chances of a blunder were infinite, and that I could do nothing. To crown all, I was tortured by the thought of David Warcliffe. I had come to the conclusion that Mary's farewell words at Hill Street had meant nothing. Indeed, I couldn't see how she could have found out anything about the little boy, for as yet we had never hit on the faintest clue. And the thought of him made success with the other two seem no better than failure. Likewise, I was paying the penalty for the assurance about Medina which I had rashly expressed to Mary. I felt the terror of the man in a new way. He seemed to me impregnable beyond the hope of assault, and while I detested him, I also shuddered at him, a novel experience, for hitherto I had always found that hatred drove out fear. He was abominable during those 2 days, abominable but also wonderful. He seemed to love the sight of me, as if I were a visible and intimate proof of his power, and he treated me as an Oriental tyrant might treat a favorite slave. He unbent to me as a relief to his long spiritual tension, and let me see the innermost dreams of his heart. I realized with a shudder that he thought me a part of that hideous world he had created, and, I think for the first time in the business, I knew fear on my own account. If he dreamed I could fail him, he would become a ravening beast. I remember that he talked a good deal of politics, but, ye gods, what a change from the respectable conservative views which he had once treated me to, a Tory revival owing to the women and that sort of thing. He declared that behind all the world's creeds, Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, and the rest, lay an ancient devil-worship, and that it was raising its head again. Bolshevism, he said, was a form of it, and he attributed the success of Bolshevism in Asia to a revival of what he called shamanism. I think that was the word. By his way of it, the war had cracked the veneer everywhere, and the real stuff was showing through. He rejoiced in the prospect, because the old faiths were not ethical codes, but mysteries of the spirit, and they gave a chance for men who had found the ancient magic. I think he wanted to win everything that civilization would give him, and then wreck it, for his hatred of Britain was only a part of his hatred of all that most men hold in love and repute. The common anarchist was a fool to him, for the cities and temples of the whole earth were not sufficient sacrifice to appease his vanity. I knew now what a Goth and a Hun meant, and what had been the temper of scourges like Attila and Timur. Mad, you will say. Yes, mad beyond doubt, but it was the most convincing kind of madness. I had to fight hard by keeping my mind firm on my job to prevent my nerve going. I went to bed on the last night of May in something very near despair, comforting myself, I remember, by what I had said to Mary, that one must go on to the finish and trust to luck changing in the last 10 minutes. I woke to a gorgeous morning, and when I came down to breakfast I was in a shade better spirits. Medina proposed a run out into the country and a walk on some high ground. "It will give us an appetite for the Thursday dinner," he said. Then he went upstairs to telephone, and I was in the smoking-room filling my pipe, when suddenly Greenslade was shown in. I didn't listen to what he had to say, but seized a sheet of paper and scribbled a note. "Take this to the head porter at the club, and he will give you any telegram there is for me. If there is one from Gaudian, as there must be, wire him to start at once, and go straight to Julius Victor. Then wire the Duke to meet him there. Do you understand? Now, what have you to tell me?" "Only that your wife says things are going pretty well. You must turn up tonight at 10:30 at the Fields of Eden. Also, somehow, you must get a latchkey for this house, and see that the door is not chained." "Nothing more?" "Nothing more. And Peter John?" Greenslade was enlarging on Peter John's case when Medina entered. "I came round to tell Sir Richard that it was all a false alarm. Only the spring fret. The surgeon was rather cross at being taken so far on a fool's errand. Lady Hannay thought he had better hear it from me personally, for then he could start on his holiday with an easy mind." I was so short with him that Medina must have seen how far my thoughts were from my family. As we motored along the road to Tring, I talked of the approaching holiday, like a toadying schoolboy who has been asked to stay for a cricket week with some senior. Medina said he had not fixed the place, but it must be somewhere south in the sun. Algiers, perhaps, and the fringes of the desert, or better still, some remote Mediterranean spot where we could have both sunlight and blue sea. He talked of the sun like a fire-worshipper. He wanted to steep his limbs in it, and wash his soul in light, and swim in wide warm waters. He rhapsodized like a poet, but what struck me about his rhapsodies was how little sensuous they were. The man's body was the most obedient satellite of his mind, and I don't believe he had any weakness of the flesh. What he wanted was a bath of radiance for his spirit. We walked all day on the hills around Ivinghoe, and had a late lunch in the village inn. He spoke very little, but strode over the thymy downs with his eyes abstracted. Once, as we sat on the summit, he seemed to sigh, and his face for a moment was very grave. "What is the highest pleasure?" he asked suddenly. "Attainment? No. Renunciation." "So I've heard the parson say," I observed. He did not heed me. "To win everything that mankind has ever striven for, and then to cast it aside. To be emperor of the earth, and then to slip out of the ken of mankind and take up the sandals and begging bowl. The man who can do that has conquered the world. He is not a king, but a god. Only he must be a king first to achieve it." I cannot hope to reproduce the atmosphere of that scene, the bare top of the hill in the blue summer weather, that man nearing, as he thought, the summit of success, and suddenly questioning all mortal codes of value. In all my dealings with Medina, I was obsessed by the sense of my inferiority to him, that I was like a cab-horse compared to an Arab stallion, and now I felt it like a blow in the face. That was the kind of thing Napoleon might have said and done had his schemes not gone astray. I knew I was contending with the devil, but I know also that it was a great devil. We returned to town just in time to dress for dinner, and all my nervousness revived 100-fold. This was the night of crisis, and I loathed having to screw myself up to emergencies late in the day. Such things should take place in the early morning. It was like going over the top in France. I didn't mind it so much when it happened during a drizzling dawn, when one was anyhow depressed and only half awake, but I abominated an attack in the cold-blooded daylight, or in the dusk when one wanted to relax. That evening I shaved, I remember, very carefully, as if I were decking myself out for a sacrifice. I wondered what would be my feelings when I next shaved. I wondered what Mary and Sandy were doing. What Mary and Sandy were doing at that precise moment I do not know, but I can now unfold certain contemporary happenings which were then hid from me. Murcott and Gaudian were having a late tea in the Midland Express, having nearly broken their necks in a furious motor race to catch the train at Hawick. The former was clean and shaven, his hair nicely cut, and his clothes a fairly well-fitting ready-made suit of flannels. He was deeply sunburnt, immensely excited, and constantly breaking in on Gaudian's study of the works of Sir Walter Scott. "Newhover is to be let loose today. What do you suppose he'll do?" he asked. "Nothing yet awhile," was the answer. "I said certain things to him. He cannot openly go back to Germany, and I do not think he dare come to England. He fears the vengeance of his employer. He will disappear for a little and then emerge in some new crime with a new name and a changed face. He is the eternal scoundrel." The young man's face lighted up pleasantly. "If I live to be 100, he said, I can't enjoy anything half as much as that clip I gave him on the jaw." In a room in a country house on the Middlesex and Bucks borders, Turpin was talking to a girl. He was in evening dress, a very point device young man, and she was wearing a wonderful gown, grass-green in colour and fantastically cut. Her face was heavily made up, and her scarlet lips and stained eyebrows stood out weirdly against the dead white of her skin. But it was a different face from that which I first saw in the dancing-hall. Life had come back to it. The eyes were no longer dull like pebbles, but were again the windows of a soul. There was still fear in those eyes and bewilderment, but they were human again and shone at this moment with a wild affection. "I'm terrified," she said. "I have to go to that awful place with that awful man. Please, Antoine, please do not leave me. You have brought me out of a grave, and you cannot let me slip back again." He held her close to him and stroked her hair. "I think it is, how do you say it, the last lap. My very dear one, we cannot fail our friends. I follow you soon. The grey man, I do not know his name, he told me so, and he is a friend. A car is ordered for me in half an hour after you drive off with that Odell." "But what does it all mean?" she asked. "I do not know, but I think, I am sure, it is the work of our friends. Consider, my little one. I am brought to the house where you are, but those who have charge of you do not know I am here. When Odell comes, I am warned and locked in my room. I am not allowed out of it. I have had no exercise except sparring with that solemn English valet. He indeed has been most amiable, and has allowed me to keep myself in form. He boxes well too, but I have studied under our own Jules, and he is no match for me. But when the coast is clear, I am permitted to see you, and I have waked you from sleep, my princess. Therefore, so far it is good. As to what will happen tonight, I do not know, but I fancy it is the end of our troubles. The grey man has told me as much. If you go back to that dance-place, I think I follow you, and then we shall see something. Have no fear, little one. You will go back as a prisoner no more, but as an actress to play a part, and I know you will play the part well. You will not permit the man Odell to suspect. Presently I come, and I think there will be an éclaircissement. Also, please God, a reckoning." The wooden-faced valet entered and signed to the young man, who kissed the girl and followed him. A few minutes later, Turpin was in his own room, with the door locked behind him, Then came a sound of the wheels of a car outside, and he listened with a smile on his face. As he stood before the glass, putting the finishing touches to his smooth hair, he was still smiling, an ominous smile. Other things, which I did not know about, were happening that evening. From a certain modest office near Tower Hill, a gentleman emerged to seek his rooms in Mayfair. His car was waiting for him at the street corner, but to his surprise, as he got into it, someone entered also from the other side, and the address to which the car ultimately drove was not Clarges Street. The office, too, which he had left locked and bolted, was presently open, and men were busy there till far into the night, men who did not belong to his staff. An eminent publicist, who was the special patron of the distressed populations of Central Europe, was starting out to dine at his club, when he was unaccountably delayed, and had to postpone his dinner. The Spanish Copper Company in London Wall had been doing little business of late, except to give luncheons to numerous gentlemen, but that night its rooms were lit, and people who did not look like city clerks were investigating its documents. In Paris, a certain French count of royalist proclivities, who had a box that night for the opera and was giving a little dinner beforehand, did not keep his appointment, to the discomfiture of his guests, and a telephone message to his rooms near the Champs-Élysées elicited no reply. There was a gruff fellow at the other end who discouraged conversation. A worthy Glasgow accountant, an elder of the Kirk and a prospective candidate for Parliament, did not return that evening to his family, and the police, when appealed to, gave curious answers. The office, just off Fleet Street, of the Christian Advocate of Milwaukee, a paper which cannot have had much of a circulation in England, was filled about 6 o'clock with silent, preoccupied people, and the manager, surprised and rather wild of eye, was taken off in a taxi by 2 large gentlemen who had not had previously the honour of his acquaintance. Odd things seemed to be happening up and down the whole world. More than one ship did not sail at the appointed hour because of the interest of certain people in the passenger lists. A meeting of decorous bankers in Genoa was unexpectedly interrupted by the police. Offices of the utmost respectability were occupied and examined by the blundering minions of the law. Several fashionable actresses did not appear to gladden their admirers, and more than one pretty dancer was absent from the scene of her usual triumphs. A senator in Western America, a high official in Rome, and 4 deputies in France found their movements restricted, and a prince of the church, after receiving a telephone message, fell to his prayers. A mining magnate in Westphalia, visiting Antwerp on business, found that he was not permitted to catch the train he had settled on. 5 men, all highly placed, and 1 woman, for no cause apparent to their relatives, chose to rid themselves of life between the hours of 6 and 7. There was an unpleasant occurrence in a town on the Loire, where an Englishman, motoring to the south of France, a typical English squire well known in the hunting circles in Shropshire, was visited at his hotel by 2 ordinary Frenchmen, whose conversation seemed unpalatable to him. He was passing something from his waistcoat pocket to his mouth when they had the audacity to lay violent hands on him and to slip something over his wrists. It was a heavenly clear evening when Medina and I set out to walk the half-mile to Mervyn Street. I had been so cloistered and harassed during the past weeks that I had missed the coming of summer. Suddenly the world seemed to have lighted up, and the streets were filled with that intricate odour of flowers, scent, hardwood pavements, and asphalt which is the summer smell of London. Cars were waiting at house doors, and women in pretty clothes getting into them. Men were walking dinnerwards, with some of whom we exchanged greetings. The whole earth seemed full of laughter and happy movement. And it was shut off from me. I seemed to be living on the other side of a veil from this cheerful world, and I could see nothing but a lonely old man with a tragic face waiting for a lost boy. There was one moment at the corner of Berkeley Square when I accidentally jostled Medina, and had to clench my hands and bite my lips to keep myself from throttling him there and then. The dining-room in Mervyn Street looked west, and the evening light strove with the candles on the table, and made a fairy-like scene of the flowers and silver. It was a full meeting, 15, I think, and the divine weather seemed to have put everybody in the best of spirits. I had almost forgotten Medina's repute with the ordinary man, and was staggered anew at the signs of his popularity. He was in the chair that evening, and a better chairman of such a dinner I have never seen. He had the right word for everybody, and we sat down to table like a party of undergraduates celebrating a successful cricket match. I was on the chairman's right hand, next to Burminster, with Pallister Yeats opposite me. At first the talk was chiefly about the Derby and Ascot entries, about which Medina proved uncommonly well posted. He had a lot of inside knowledge from the Chiltern stables, and showed himself a keen critic of form. Also, he was a perfect pundit about the pedigree of racehorses, and made Burmester, who fancied himself in the same line, gape with admiration. I suppose a brain like his could get up any subject at lightning speed, and he thought this kind of knowledge useful to him, for I don't believe he cared more for a horse than for a cat. Once, during the Somme battle, I went to dine at a French chateau behind the lines, as the guest of the only son of the house. It was an ancient place, with fish-ponds and terraces, and there were only 2 people in it, an old comtesse and a girl of 15 called Simone. At dinner, I remember, a decrepit butler filled for me 5 glasses of different clarets, till I found the one I preferred. Afterwards, I walked in the garden with Simone in a wonderful yellow twilight, watching the fat carp in the ponds and hearing the grumbling of the distant guns. I felt in that hour the poignant contrast of youth and innocence and peace with that hideous world of battle a dozen miles off. To-night I had the same feeling, the jolly party of clean, hard, decent fellows, and the abominable hinterland of mystery and crime of which the man at the head of the table was the master. I must have been poor company, but happily everybody was talkative, and I did my best to grin at Burminster's fooling. Presently the talk drifted away from sport. Palliser Yeats was speaking, and his fresh boyish colour contrasted oddly with his wise eyes and grave voice. "I can't make out what is happening," he said in reply to a remark of Lythan's. "The city has suddenly become jumpy, and there's no reason in the facts that I can see for it. There's been a good deal of realization of stocks, chiefly by foreign holders, but there are a dozen explanations of that. No, there's a kind of malaise about, and it's unpleasantly like what I remember in June 1914. I was in Whittington's then, and we suddenly found the foundations beginning to crumble. Oh yes, before the Sarajevo murders. You remember Charlie Esmond's smash? Well, that was largely due to the spasm of insecurity that shook the world. People now and then get a feeling in their bones that something bad is going to happen, and probably they are right, and it has begun to happen." "Good Lord," said Lythan, "I don't like this. Is it another war?" Palliser Yeats did not answer at once. "It looks like it. I admit it's almost unthinkable, but then all wars are really unthinkable till you're in the middle of them." "Nonsense," Medina cried. "There's no nation on the globe fit to go to war, except half-civilized races with whom it is the normal condition. You forget how much we know since 1914. You couldn't get even France to fight without provoking a revolution, a middle-class revolution, the kind that succeeds." Burminster looked relieved. "The next war," he said, "will be a dashed unpleasant affair. So far as I can see, there will be very few soldiers killed, but an enormous number of civilians. The safest place will be the front. There will be such a rush to get into the army that we'll have to have conscription to make people remain in civil life. The embusqués will be the regulars." As he spoke, someone entered the room, and to my amazement I saw that it was Sandy. He was looking extraordinarily fit and as brown as a berry. He murmured an apology to the chairman for being late, patted the bald patch on Burminster's head, and took a seat at the other end of the table. "I'll cut in where you've got to," he told the waiters. "No, don't bother about fish. I want some English roast beef and a tankard of beer." There was a chorus of questions. "Just arrived an hour ago. I've been in the East, Egypt and Palestine. Flew most of the way back." He nodded to me and smiled at Medina and raised his tankard to him. I was not in a good position for watching Medina's face, but so far as I could see it was unchanged. He hated Sandy, but he didn't fear him now, when his plans had practically come to fruition. Indeed, he was very gracious to him, and asked in his most genial tones what he had been after. "Civil aviation," said Sandy. "I'm going to collar the pilgrim traffic to the holy places. You've been in Mecca?" he asked Pugh, who nodded. "You remember the Hameladari crowd who used to organize the transport from Mespot? Well, I'm a Hameladari on a big scale. I'm prepared to bring the rank of the Haji within reach of the poorest and feeblest. I'm going to be the great benefactor of the democracy of Islam, by means of a fleet of patched-up planes and a few kindred spirits that know the East. I'll let you fellows in on the ground floor when I float my company. John," he addressed Palliser Yates, "I look to you to manage the flotation." Sandy was obviously ragging, and no one took him seriously. He sat there with his merry brown face, looking absurdly young and girlish, so that the most suspicious could have seen nothing more in him than the ordinary mad Englishman who lived for adventure and novelty. Me he never addressed, and I was glad of it, for I was utterly at sea. What did he mean by turning up now? What part was he to play in the events of the night? I could not have controlled the anxiety in my voice if I had been forced to speak to him. A servant brought Medina a note, which he opened at leisure and read. "No answer," he said, and stuffed it into his pocket. I had a momentary dread that he might have got news of McGillivray's round trip, but his manner reassured me. There were people there who wanted to turn Sandy to other subjects, especially Fullylove and the young Cambridge Don, Nightingale. They wanted to know about South Arabia, of which at the time the world was talking. Some fellow, I forget his name, was trying to raise an expedition to explore it. "It's the last geographical secret left unriddled," he said, and now he spoke seriously. "Well, perhaps not quite the last. I'm told there's still something to be done with the southern tributaries of the Amazon. Mornington, you know, believes there's a chance of finding some of the Inca people still dwelling in the unexplored upper glens, but all the rest have gone. Since the beginning of the century, we've made a clean sweep of the jolly old mysteries that made the world worth living in. We have been to both poles, and to Lhasa, and to the mountains of the moon. We haven't got to the top of Everest yet, but we know what it is like. Mecca and Medina are as stale as Bournemouth. We know that there's nothing very stupendous in the Brahmaputra gorges. There's little left for a man's imagination to play with, and our children will grow up in a dull, shrunken world, except, of course, the great southern desert of Arabia." "Do you think it can be crossed?" Nightingale asked. "It's hard to say, and the man who tried it would take almighty risks. I don't fancy myself pinning my life to milk camels. They're chancy brutes." "I don't believe there's anything there," said Fullylove, "except 800 miles of soft sand." "I'm not so sure. I've heard strange stories. There was a man I met once in Oman who went west from the Mana Oasis." He stopped to taste the Club Madeira, then set down the glass and looked at his watch. "Great Scott," he said, "I must be off. I'm sorry, Mr. President, but I felt I must see you all again. You don't mind my butting in?" He was halfway to the door when Burnmester asked where he was going. "To see the straw in some sequestered grange, meaning the 10:30 from King's Cross. I'm off to Scotland to see my father. Remember, I'm the last prop of an ancient house. Good-bye, all of you. I'll tell you about my schemes at the next dinner." As the door closed on him, I had a sense of the blackest depression and loneliness. He was my one great ally, and he came and disappeared like a ship in the night without a word to me. I felt like a blind bat, and I must have showed my feeling in my face, for Medina saw it and put it down, I dare say, to my dislike of Sandy. He asked Palliser Yates to take his place. "It's not the Scotch Express like Arbuthnot, but I'm off for a holiday very soon, and I have an appointment I must keep." That was all to the good, for I had been wondering how I was to make an excuse for my visit to the Fields of Eden. He asked me when I would be back, and I said listlessly within the next hour. He nodded. "I'll be home by then, and can let you in if Odell has gone to bed." Then, with a little chaff of Burmisters, he left, so much at ease that I was positive he had had no bad news. I waited for 5 minutes and followed suit. The time was 10:15. At the entrance to the club in Wellesley Street, I expected to have some difficulty, but the man in the box at the head of the stairs, after a sharp glance at me, let me pass. He was not the fellow who had been there on my visit with Archie Roylance, and yet I had a queer sense of having seen his face before. I stepped into the dancing-room with its heavy flavour of scent and its infernal din of mountebank music, sat down at a side table, and ordered a liqueur. There was a difference in the place, but at first I could not put my finger on it. Everything seemed the same. The only face I knew was Miss Victor's, and that had the same mask-like pallor. She was dancing with a boy, who seemed to be trying to talk to her and getting few replies. Odell I did not see, nor the Jew with the beard. I observed with interest the little casement above from which I had looked when I burgled the curiosity shop. There were fewer people tonight, but apparently the same class. No, not quite the same class. The women were the same, but the men were different. They were older and more, how shall I put it, responsible-looking, and had not the air of the professional dancing partner or the young man on the spree. They were heavier-footed, too, though good enough performers. Somehow I got the notion that most of them were not habitués of this kind of place, and were here with a purpose. As soon as this idea dawned on me, I began to notice other things. There were fewer foreign waiters, and their number was steadily decreasing. Drinks would be ordered, and would be long in coming. A servant, once he left the hall, seemed to be unaccountably detained. And then I observed another thing. There was a face looking down from the casement above. I could see it like a shadow behind the dirty glass. Presently Odell appeared, a resplendent figure in evening dress, with a diamond solitaire in his shirt and a red silk handkerchief in his left sleeve. He looked massive and formidable, but puffier than ever, and his small pig's eyes were very bright. I fancied he had been having a glass or two, just enough to excite him. He swaggered about among the small tables, turning now and then to stare at the girl in green, and then went out again. I looked at my watch and saw that it was 11:15. When I lifted my head, Mary had arrived. No more paint and powder and bizarre clothes. She was wearing the pale blue gown she had worn at our hunt ball in March, and her hair was dressed in the simple way I loved, which showed all the lights and shadows in the gold. She came in like a young queen, cast a swift glance round the room, and then, shading her eyes with her hand, looking up towards the casement. It must have been a signal, for I saw a hand wave. As she stood there, very still and poised like a runner, the music stopped suddenly. The few men who were still dancing spoke to their partners and moved towards the door. I observed the bearded Jew hurry in and look round. A man touched him on the arm and drew him away, and that was the last I saw of him. Suddenly Odell reappeared. He must have had some warning which required instant action. I shall never know what it was, but it may have announced the round-up and the course to be followed towards the hostages. He signed peremptorily to Miss Victor and went forward as if to take her arm. "You gotta come along," I heard, when my eyes were occupied with a new figure. Turpin was there, a pale, taut young man with his brows knit, as I remembered them in tight corners in France. The green girl had darted to Mary's side, and Turpin strode up to her. "Adela, my dear," he said, "I think it is time for you to be going home." The next I saw was Miss Victor's hand clutching his arm, and Odell advancing with a flush on his sallow face. "You let her go, that goil," he was saying. "You got no business with her. She's my goil." Turpin was smiling. "I think not, my friend." He disengaged Adela's arm and put her behind him, and with a swift step struck Odell a resounding smack on the cheek with the flat of his hand. The man seemed to swell with fury. "Hell!" he cried, with a torrent of Bowery oaths. "My smart guy, I've got something in my mitt for you. You for the sleep pill." I would have given a fortune to be in Turpin's place, for I felt that a scrap was what I needed to knit up my ragged nerves. But I couldn't chip in, for this was clearly his special quarrel, and very soon I saw that he was not likely to need my help. Smiling wickedly, he moved round the pug, who had his fists up. "Fiche-moi la paix," he crooned. "My friend, I am going to massacre you." I stepped towards Mary, for I wanted to get the women outside, but she was busy attending to Miss Victor, whom the strain of the evening had left on the verge of swooning. So I only saw bits of the fight. Turpin kept Odell at long range, for infighting would have been fatal, and he tired him with his lightning movements, till the professional's bad training told and his wind went. When the Frenchman saw his opponent puffing and his cheeks mottling, he started to sail in. That part I witnessed, and I hope that Mary and Miss Victor did not understand old Turpin's language, for he spoke gently to himself the whole time, and it was the quintessence of all the esoteric abuse that the French poilus accumulated during the 4 years of war. His tremendous reach gave him an advantage. He was as light on his legs as a fencer, and his arms seemed to shoot out with the force of a steam hammer. I realized that I had never known before that his slimness was deceptive, and that stripped he would be a fine figure of sinew and bone. Also, I understood that a big fellow, however formidable, if he is untrained and a little drunk, will go down before speed and quick wits and the deftness of youth. They fought for just over 6 minutes. Turpin's deadliest blows were on Odell's body, but the knockout came with one on the point of the chin. The big man crumpled up in a heap, and the back of his head banged on the floor. Turpin wrapped a wisp of a handkerchief round his knuckles, which had suffered from Odell's solitaire, and looked about him. "What is to become of this offal?" he asked. One of the dancers replied, "We will look after him, sir. The whole house is in our hands. This man is wanted on a good many grounds." I walked up to the prostrate Odell and took the latchkey from his waistcoat pocket. Turpin and Adela had gone, and Mary stood watching me. I observed that she was very pale. "I am going to Hill Street," I said. "I will come later," was her answer. "I hope in less than an hour. The key will let you in. There will be people there to keep the door open for me." Her face had the alert and absorbed look that old Peter Pienaar's used to have when he was after big game. There was no other word spoken between us. She entered a big saloon car which was waiting in the street below, and I walked to Royston Square to find a taxi. It was not yet 11 o'clock. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Three Hostages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Three Hostages by John Buchan. Chapter 19. The Night of the 1st of June. Later. A little after 11 that night, a late walker in Palmyra Square would have seen a phenomenon rare in the dingy neighborhood. A large motor-car drew up at the gate of No. 7, where dwelt the teacher of music who had long retired to rest. A woman descended, wearing a dark cloak and carrying a parcel, and stood for a second looking across the road to where the lean elms in the center of the square made a patch of shade. She seemed to find there what she expected, for she hastened to the gate of No. 4. She did not approach the front door, but ran down the path to the back where the tradesman called, and as soon as she was out of sight, several figures emerged from the shadow and moved towards the gate. Miss Outhwaite opened to her tap. "My, but you're late, miss," she whispered, as the woman brushed past her into the dim kitchen. Then she gasped, for some transformation had taken place in the district visitor. It was no longer a faded spinster that she saw, but a dazzling lady, gorgeously dressed as it seemed to her, and of a remarkable beauty. "I've brought your hat, Elsie," she said. "It's rather a nice one, and I think you'll like it. Now go at once and open the front door." "But, madam," the girl gasped. "Never mind, madam. You are done with madam. Tomorrow you will come and see me at this address," and she gave her a slip of paper. "I will see that you do not suffer. Now hurry, my dear." The girl seemed to be mesmerized, and turned to obey. The district visitor followed her, but did not wait in the hall. Instead, she ran lightly up the stairs, guiding herself by a small electric torch, and when the front door was open and 4 silent figures had entered, she was nowhere to be seen. For the next quarter of an hour, an inquisitive passer-by would have noted lights spring out and then die away in more than one room of number 4. He might have also heard the sound of low, excited speech. At the end of that space of time, he would have seen the district visitor descend the steps and enter the big car, which had moved up to the gate. She was carrying something in her arms. Within, in a back room, a furious woman was struggling with a telephone, from which she got no answer, since the line had been cut, and an old woman sat in a chair by the hearth, raving and muttering, with a face like death. When I got to Hill Street, I waited till the taxi had driven off before I entered. There was a man standing in the porch of the house opposite, and as I waited another passed me, who nodded. "Good evening, Sir Richard," he said, and though I did not recognize him, I knew where he came from. My spirits were at their lowest ebb, and not even the sight of these arrangements could revive them. For I knew that, though we had succeeded with Miss Victor and Murcott, we had failed with the case which mattered most. I was going to try to scare Medina or to buy him, and I felt that both purposes were futile, for the awe of him was still like a black fog on my soul. I let myself in with Odell's latchkey, and left the heavy door ajar. Then I switched on the staircase lights and mounted to the library. I left the lights burning behind me, for they would be needed by those who followed. Medina was standing by the fireplace, in which logs had been laid ready for a match. As usual, he had only the one lamp lit, that on his writing table. He had a slip of paper in his hand, one of the 2 which had lain in the top drawer, as I saw by the dates and the ruled lines. I fancy he had been attempting in vain to ring up Palmyra Square. Some acute suspicion had been aroused in him, and he had been trying to take action. His air of leisure was the kind which is hastily assumed. A minute before, I was convinced he had been furiously busy. There was surprise in his face when he saw me. "Hello," he said. "How did you get in? I didn't hear you ring. I told Odell to go to bed." I was feeling so weak and listless that I wanted to sit down, so I dropped into a chair out of the circle of the lamp. "Yes," I said. "Odell's in bed all right. I let myself in with his key. I've just seen that Bowery tough put to sleep with a crack on the chin from Turpin. You know, the Marquis de la Tour du Pin." I had a good strategic position, for I could see his face clearly, and he could only see the outline of mine. "What on earth are you talking about?" he said. "Odell has been knocked out. You see, Turpin has taken Miss Victor back to her father." I looked at my watch. "And by this time Lord Murcott should be in London, unless the Scotch Express is late." A great tide of disillusion must have swept over his mind, but his face gave no sign of it. It had grown stern, but as composed as a judge's. "You're behaving as if you were mad. What has come over you? I know nothing of Lord Murcott. You mean the Alchester boy? Or Miss Victor?" "Oh, yes, you do," I said wearily. I did not know where to begin, for I wanted to get him at once to the real business. "It's a long story. Do you want me to tell it when you know it all already?" I believed I yawned, and I felt so tired I could hardly put the sentences together. "I insist that you explain this nonsense," was his reply. One thing he must have realized by now, that he had no power over me, for his jaw was set and his eyes stern, as if he were regarding not a satellite, but an enemy and an equal. "Well, you and your friends, for your own purposes, took 3 hostages, and I have made it my business to free them. I let you believe that your tomfoolery had mastered me. Your performance in this room, and Newhover, and Madame Breda, and the old blind lady, and all the rest of it. When you thought I was drugged and demented, I was specially wide awake. I had to abuse your hospitality. Rather a dirty game, you may say, but then I was dealing with a scoundrel. I went to Norway when you thought I was in bed at Fosse, and I found Murcott, and I expect at this moment Newhover is feeling rather cheap. Miss Victor, too. She wasn't very difficult, once we hit on the fields of Eden. You're a very clever man, Mr. Medina, but you oughtn't to circulate doggerel verses. Take my advice and stick to good poetry." By this time the situation must have been clear to him, but there was not a quiver in that set, hard face. I take my hat off to the best actor I have ever met, the best but one, the German count who lies buried at the farm of Gavrelle. "You've gone off your head," he said, and his quiet, considerate voice belied his eyes. "Oh, no, I rather wish I had. I hate to think that there can be so base a thing in the world as you. A man with the brains of a god, and living only to glut his rotten vanity. You should be scotched like a snake." For a moment I had a blessed thought that he was about to go for me, for I would have welcomed a scrap like nothing else on earth. There may have been a flicker of passion, but it was quickly suppressed. His eyes had become grave and reproachful. "I have been kind to you," he said, "and have treated you as a friend. This is my reward. The most charitable explanation is that your wits are unhinged. But you had better leave this house." "Not before you hear me out. I have something to propose, Mr. Medina. You have still a 3rd hostage in your hands. We are perfectly aware of the syndicate you have been working with, the Barcelona nut business, and the Jacobite Count, and your friend the Shropshire Master of Hounds. Scotland Yard has had its hands over the lot for months, and tonight the hand will be closed. That shop is shut for good. Now listen to me, for I have a proposal to make. You have the ambition of the devil, and have already made for yourself a great name. I will do nothing to smirch that name. I will swear a solemn oath to hold my tongue. I will go away from England if you like. I will bury the memory of the past months, and my knowledge will never be used to put a spoke in your wheel. Also, since your syndicate is burst up, you will want money. Well, I will give you £100,000, and in return for my silence and my cash, I ask you to restore to me David Warcliffe, safe and sane. Sane, I say, for whatever you have made of the poor little chap, you have got to unmake it." I had made up my mind about this offer as I came along in the taxi. It was a big sum, but I had more money than I needed, and Blenkiron, who had millions, would lend a hand. His face showed no response, no interest, only the same stern, melancholy regard. "Poor devil," he said. "You are madder than I thought." My lassitude was disappearing. I began to get angry. "If you do not agree," I said, "I will blacken your reputation throughout the civilized world. What use will England have for a kidnapper and a blackmailer and a bogus magician?" But as I spoke, I knew that my threats were foolish. He smiled, a wise, pitying smile, which made me shiver with wrath. "No, it is you who will appear as the blackmailer," he said softly. "Consider, you are making the most outrageous charges. I don't quite follow your meaning, but clearly they are outrageous. And what evidence have you to support them? Your own dreams. Who will believe you? I have had the good fortune to make many friends, and they are loyal friends." There was a gentle regret in his voice. "Your story will be laughed to scorn. Of course, people will be sorry for you are popular in a way. They will say that a meritorious soldier, more notable perhaps for courage than for brains, has gone crazy, and they will comment on the long drawn-out effects of the war. I must, of course, protect myself. If you blackguard me, I will prosecute you for slander and get your mental condition examined." It was only too true. I had no evidence except my own word. I knew that it would be impossible to link up Medina with the doings of the syndicate. He was too clever for that. His blind mother would die on the rack before she spoke, and his tools could not give him away because they were tools and knew nothing. The world would laugh at me if I opened my mouth. At that moment, I think I had my first full realization of Medina's quality. Here was a man who had just learned that his pet schemes were shattered, who had had his vanity wounded by the quick revelation of how I had fooled him. And yet he could play what was left of the game with coolness and precision. I had struck the largest size of opponent. "What about the £100,000, then?" I asked. "That is my offer for David Wharcliffe." "You are very good," he said mockingly. "I might feel insulted if I did not know you were a lunatic." I sat there staring at the figure in the glow of the one lamp, which seemed to wax more formidable as I looked, and 1,000-fold more sinister. I saw the hideous roundness of his head, the mercilessness of his eyes, so that I wondered how I had ever thought him handsome. But now that most of his game was spoiled, he only seemed the greater, the more assured. Were there no gaps in his defences? He had kinks in him. Witness the silly rhyme which had given me the first clue. Was there no weakness in that panoply which I could use? Physical fear, physical pain. Could anything be done with that? I got to my feet with a blind notion of closing with him. He divined my intention, for he showed something in his hand which gleamed dully. "Take care," he said. "I can defend myself against any maniac." "Put it away," I said hopelessly. "You're safe enough from me. My God, I hope that somewhere there is a hell." I felt as feeble as a babe, and all the while the thought of the little boy was driving me mad. Suddenly I saw Medina's eyes look over my shoulder. Someone had come into the room, and I turned and found Karama. He was in evening dress, wearing a turban, and in the dusk his dark malign face seemed an embodied sneer at my helplessness. I did not see how Medina took his arrival, for all at once something seemed to give in my head. For the Indian I felt now none of the awe which I had for the other, only a flaming, overpowering hate. That this foul thing out of the East should pursue his devilries unchecked seemed to me beyond bearing. I forgot Medina's pistol and everything else, and went for him like a wild beast. He dodged me, and before I knew, had pulled off his turban and tossed it in my face. "Don't be an old ass, Dick," he said. Panting with fury, I stopped short and stared. The voice was Sandy's, and so was the figure. And the face, too, when I came to look into it. He had done something with the corners of his eyebrows and tinted the lids with kohl, but the eyes, which I had never before seen properly opened, were those of my friend. "What an artist the world has lost in me!" he laughed, and tried to tidy his disordered hair. Then he nodded to Medina. "We meet again sooner than we expected. I missed my train and came to look for Dick. Lay down that pistol, please. I happen to be armed too, you see. It's no case for shooting anyhow. Do you mind if I smoke?" He flung himself into an armchair and lit a cigarette. Once more I was conscious of my surroundings, for hitherto, for all I knew, I might have been arguing in a desert. My eyes had cleared, and my brain was beginning to work again. I saw the great room with its tiers of books, some glimmering, some dusky. Sandy taking his ease in his chair and gazing placidly up into Medina's face. Medina with his jaw set, but his eyes troubled. Yes, for the first time I saw flickers of perplexity in those eyes. "Dick, I suppose, has been reasoning with you," Sandy said mildly. "And you have told him that he was a madman? Quite right. He is. You have pointed out to him that his story rests on his unsupported evidence, which no one will believe, for I admit it is an incredible tale. You have warned him that if he opens his mouth you will have him shut up as a lunatic. Is that correct, Dick?" "Well," he continued, looking blandly at Medina, "that was a natural view for you to take. Only, of course, you made one small error. His evidence will not be unsupported." Medina laughed, but there was no ease in his laugh. "Who are the other lunatics?" "Myself, for one. You have interested me for quite a long time, Mr. Medina. I will confess that one of my reasons for coming home in March was to have the privilege of your acquaintance. I have taken a good deal of pains about it. I have followed your own line of studies. Indeed, if the present situation weren't so hectic, I should like to exchange notes with you as a fellow inquirer. I have traced your career in Central Asia and elsewhere with some precision. I think I know more about you than anybody else in the world." Medina made no answer. The tables were turning, and his eyes were chained to the slight figure in the armchair. "All that is very interesting," Sandy went on, "but it is not quite germane to the subject before us. Karama, whom we both remember in his pride, unfortunately died last year. It was kept very secret for obvious reasons. The goodwill of his business was very valuable and depended upon his being alive, and I only heard of it by a lucky accident. So I took the liberty of borrowing his name, Mr. Medina. As Karama, I was honored with your confidence. Rather a cad's trick, you will say, and I agree, but in an affair like this one has no choice of weapons. You did more than confide in me. You trusted me with Miss Victor and the Marquis de la Tour du Pin, when it was important that they should be in safe keeping. I have a good deal of evidence to support Dick." "Moonshine," said Medina. "Two lunacies do not make sense. I deny every detail of your rubbish." "Out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses," said Sandy pleasantly, "there is still a third. Lavater," he cried, "come in, we're ready for you." There entered the grey, melancholy man, whom I had seen on my first visit here, and in the house behind Little Fardell Street. I noticed that he walked straight to Sandy's chair and did not look at Medina. Lavater you know already, I think. He used to be a friend of mine, and lately we have resumed the friendship. He was your disciple for some time, but has now relinquished that honor. Lavater will be able to tell the world a good deal about you." Medina's face had become like a mask, and the colour had gone out of it. He may have been a volcano within, but outside he was cold ice. His voice, acid and sneering, came out like drops of chilly water. "3 lunatics," he said. "I deny every word you say. No one will believe you. It is a conspiracy of madmen." "Let's talk business anyhow," said Sandy. "The case against you is proven to the hilt, but let us see how the world will regard it. The strong point on your side is that people don't like to confess that they have been fools. You have been a very popular man, Mr. Medina, and your many friends will loathe to believe that you are a scoundrel. You've the hedge of your reputation to protect you. Again, our story is so monstrous that the ordinary Englishman may call it unbelievable, for we are not an imaginative nation. Again, we can get no help from the principal sufferers. Miss Victor and Lord Murcott can tell an ugly story of kidnapping, which may get a life sentence for Odell, and for Newhover if he is caught, but which does not implicate you. That will be a stumbling block to most juries, who are not as familiar with occult science as you and I. These are your strong points. But consider what we can bring on the other side. You are a propagandist of genius, as I once told Dick, and I can explain just how you have fooled the world, your exploits with Denikin and such like. Then the three of us can tell a damning story, and tell it from close quarters. It may sound wild, but Dick has some reputation for good sense, and a good many people think that I am not altogether a fool. Finally, we have on our side Scotland Yard, which is now gathering in your associates, and we have behind us Julius Victor, who is not without influence. I do not say we can send you to prison, though I think it likely, but we can throw such suspicion on you that for the rest of your days you will be a marked man. You will recognize that, for you, that means utter failure, for to succeed you must swim in the glory of popular confidence. I could see that Medina was shaken at last. "You may damage me with your lies," he said slowly, "but I will be even with you. You will find me hard to beat." "I don't doubt it," was Sandy's answer. "I and my friends do not want victory. We want success. We want David Warcliffe." There was no answer, and Sandy went on. "We make you a proposal. The three of us will keep what we know to ourselves. We will pledge ourselves never to breathe a word of it. If you like, we will sign a document to say that we acknowledge our mistake. So far as we are concerned, you may go on and become Prime Minister of Britain, or Archbishop of Canterbury, or anything you jolly well like. We don't exactly love you, but we will not interfere with the adoration of others. I'll take myself off again to the east with Lavater, and Dick will bury himself in Oxfordshire mud, and in return we ask that you hand over to us David Warcliffe in his right mind." There was no answer. Then Sandy made a mistake in tactics. "I believe you are attached to your mother," he said. "If you accept our offer, she will be safe from annoyance. Otherwise, well, she is an important witness." The man's pride was stung to the quick. His mother must have been for him an inner sanctuary, a thing apart from him and holier than his fiercest ambitions, the very core and shrine of his monstrous vanity. That she should be used as a bargaining counter stirred something deep and primeval in him, something, let me say it, higher and better than I had imagined. A new and a human fury burned the mask off him like tissue paper. "You fools!" he cried, and his voice was harsh with rage. "You perfect fools! You will sweat blood for that insult." "It's a fair offer," said Sandy, never moving a muscle. "Do I understand that you refuse?" Medina stood on the hearthrug like an animal at bay, and upon my soul I couldn't but admire him. The flame in his face would have scorched most people into abject fear. "Go to hell, the pack of you! Out of this house! You will never hear a word from me till you are bleating for mercy. Get out!" His eyes must have been dimmed by his rage, for he did not see Mary enter. She had advanced right up to Sandy's chair before even I noticed her. She was carrying something in her arms, something which she held close as a mother holds a child. It was the queer little girl from the house in Palmyra Square. Her hair had grown longer and fell in wisps over her brow, and her pale, tear-stained cheeks. A most piteous little object she was, with dull blind eyes which seemed to struggle with perpetual terror. She still wore the absurd linen smock, her skinny little legs and arms were bare, and her thin fingers clutched at Mary's gown. Then Medina saw her, and Sandy ceased to exist for him. He stared for a second uncomprehendingly, till the passion in his face turned to alarm. "What have you done with her?" he barked, and flung himself forward. I thought he was going to attack Mary, so I tripped him up. He sprawled on the floor, and since he seemed to have lost all command of himself, I reckoned that I had better keep him there. I looked towards Mary, who nodded. "Please tie him up," she said, and passed me the turban cloth of the late Karama. He fought like a tiger, but Lavater and I, with a little help from Sandy, managed to truss him fairly tight, supplementing the turban with one of the curtain cords. We laid him in an armchair. "What have you done with her?" he kept on, screwing his head round to look at Mary. I could not understand his maniacal concern for the little girl till Mary answered, and I saw what he meant by her. "No one has touched your mother. She is in the house in Palmyra Square." Then Mary laid the child down very gently in the chair where Sandy had been sitting, and stood erect before Medina. "I want you to bring back this little boy's mind," she said. I suppose I should have been astonished, but I wasn't, at least not at her words, though I had not had an inkling beforehand of the truth. All the astonishment I was capable of was reserved for Mary. She stood there looking down on the bound man, her face very pale, her eyes quite gentle, her lips parted as if in expectation. And yet there was something about her so formidable, so implacable, that the other three of us fell into the background. Her presence dominated everything, and the very grace of her body and the mild sadness of her eyes seemed to make her the more terrifying. I know now how Joan of Arc must have looked when she led her troops into battle. "Do you hear me?" she repeated. "You took away his soul, and you can give it back again. That is all I ask of you." He choked before he replied. "What boy? I tell you I know nothing. You are all mad." "I mean David Warcliffe. The others are free now, and he must be free tonight. Free and in his right mind, as when you carried him off. Surely you understand?" There was no answer. "That is all I ask. It is such a little thing. Then we will go away." I broke in. "Our offer holds. Do as she asks, and we will never open our mouths about tonight's work." He was not listening to me, nor was she. It was a duel between the two of them, and as she looked at him, his face seemed to grow more dogged and stone-like. If ever he had felt hatred, it was for this woman, for it was a conflict between two opposite poles of life, two worlds eternally at war. "I tell you, I know nothing of the brat." She stopped him with lifted hand. "Oh, do not let us waste time, please. It is far too late for arguing. If you do what I ask, we will go away, and you will never be troubled with us again. I promise. We all promise. If you do not, of course, we must ruin you." I think it was the confidence in her tone which stung him. "I refuse!" he almost screamed. "I do not know what you mean. I defy you. You can proclaim your lies to the world. You will not crush me. I am too strong for you." There was no mistaking the finality of that defiance. I thought it put the lid on everything. We could blast the fellow's reputation, no doubt, and win victory. But we had failed, for we were left with that poor little mindless waif. Mary's face did not change. "If you refuse, I must try another way." Her voice was as gentle as a mother's. "I must give David Warcliffe back to his father. Dick," she turned to me, "will you light the fire?" I obeyed, not knowing what she meant, and in a minute the dry faggots were roaring up the chimney, lighting up our 5 faces and the mazed child in the chair. "You have destroyed a soul," she said, "and you refuse to repair the wrong. I am going to destroy your body, and nothing will ever repair it." Then I saw her meaning, and both Sandy and I cried out. Neither of us had led the kind of life which makes a man squeamish, but this was too much for us. But our protest died half-born, after one glance at Mary's face. She was my own wedded wife, but in that moment I could no more have opposed her than could the poor bemused child. Her spirit seemed to transcend us all and radiate an inexorable command. She stood easily and gracefully, a figure of motherhood and pity rather than of awe. But all the same, I did not recognize her. It was a stranger that stood there, a stern goddess that wielded the lightnings. Beyond doubt she meant every word she said, and her quiet voice seemed to deliver judgment as aloof and impersonal as fate. I could see creeping over Medina's sullenness the shadow of terror. "You are a desperate man," she was saying, "but I am far more desperate. There's nothing on earth that can stand between me and the saving of this child. You know that, don't you? A body for a soul for a body. Which shall it be?" The light was reflected from the steel fire-irons, and Medina saw it and shivered. "You may live a long time, but you'll have to live in seclusion. No woman will ever cast eyes on you except to shudder. People will point at you and say, 'There goes the man who was maimed by a woman, because of the soul of a child.' You will carry your story written on your face for the world to read and laugh and revile." She had got at the central nerve of his vanity, for I think that she was ambitious less of achievement than of the personal glory that attends it. I dared not look at her, but I could look at him, and I saw all the passions of hell chase each other over his face. He tried to speak, but only choked. He seemed to bend his whole soul to look at her and to shiver at what he saw. She turned her head to glance at the clock on the mantelpiece. "You must decide before the quarter strikes," she said. "After that, there will be no place for repentance. A body for a soul for a body." Then from her black silk reticule she took a little oddly shaped green bottle. She held it in her hand as if it had been a jewel, and I gulped in horror. "This is the elixir of death in life, Mr. Medina. It makes comeliness a mockery. It will burn flesh and bone into shapes of hideousness, but it does not kill. Oh no, it does not kill. A body for a soul for a body." It was that, I think, which finished him. The threefold chime which announced the quarter had begun, when out of his dry throat came a sound like a clucking hen's. "I agree," a voice croaked, seeming to come from without, so queer and far away it was. "Thank you," she said, as if someone had opened a door for her. "Dick, will you please make Mr. Medina more comfortable?" The fire was not replenished, so the quick-burning faggot soon died down. Again the room was shadowy, except for the single lamp that glowed behind Medina's head. I cannot describe that last scene, for I do not think my sight was clear, and I know that my head was spinning. The child sat on Mary's lap, with its eyes held by the glow of the light. "You are Gerda. You are sleepy. Now you sleep." I did not heed the patter, for I was trying to think of homely things which would keep my wits anchored. I thought chiefly of Peter John. Sandy was crouched on a stool by the hearth. I noticed that he had his hands on his knees, and that from one of them protruded something round and dark, like the point of a pistol barrel. He was taking no chances, but the thing was folly, for we were in the presence of far more potent weapons. Never since the world began was there a scene of such utter humiliation. I shivered at the indecency of it. Medina performed his sinister ritual, but on us spectators it had no more effect than a charade. Mary especially sat watching it with the detachment with which one watches a kindergarten play. The man had suddenly become a mountebank under those fearless eyes. The voices droned on, the man asking questions, the child answering in a weak, unnatural voice. "You are David Warcliffe. You lost your way coming from school. You have been ill and have forgotten. You are better now. You remember Haverham and the Redshanks down by the river. You are sleepy. I think you would like to sleep again." Medina spoke. "You can wake him now. Do it carefully." I got up and switched on the rest of the lights. The child was peacefully asleep in Mary's arms, and she bent and kissed him. "Speak to him, Dick," she said. "Davy," I said loudly. "Davy, it's about time for us to get home." He opened his eyes and sat up. When he found himself on Mary's knee, he began to clamber down. He was not accustomed to a woman's lap, and felt a little ashamed. "Davy," I repeated, "your father will be getting tired waiting for us. Don't you think we should go home?" "Yes, sir," he said, and put his hand in mine. To my dying day, I shall not forget my last sight of that library, the blazing lights which made the books, which I had never seen before except in shadow, gleam like a silk tapestry, the wood fire dying on the hearth, and the man sunk in the chair. It may sound odd after all that had happened, but my chief feeling was pity. Yes, pity. He seemed the loneliest thing on God's earth. You see, he had never had any friends except himself, and his ambitions had made a barrier between him and all humanity. Now that they were gone, he was stripped naked, and left cold and shivering in the Arctic wilderness of his broken dreams. Mary leaned back in the car. "I hope I'm not going to faint," she said. "Give me the green bottle, please." "For heaven's sake!" I cried. "Silly," she said. "It's only eau de Cologne." She laughed, and the laugh seemed to restore her a little, though she still looked deadly pale. She fumbled in her reticule and drew out a robust pair of scissors. "I'm going to cut Davy's hair. I can't change his clothes, but at any rate I can make his head like a boy's again, so that his father won't be shocked." "Does he know we are coming?" "Yes, I telephoned to him after dinner, but of course I said nothing about Davy." She clipped assiduously, and by the time we came to the Pimlico Square where Sir Arthur Warcliffe lived, she had got rid of the long locks, and the head was now that of a pallid and thin, but wonderfully composed little boy. "Am I going back to Dad?" he had asked, and seemed content. I refused to go in. I was not fit for any more shocks, so I sat in the car while Mary and David entered the little house. In about 3 minutes, Mary returned. She was crying, and yet smiling too. I made Davy wait in the hall, and went into Sir Arthur's study alone. He looked ill, and oh, so old and worn. I said, "I have brought Davy. Never mind his clothes. He's all right." Then I fetched him in. Oh, Dick, it was a miracle. That old darling seemed to come back to life. The two didn't run into each other's arms, they shook hands, and the little boy bowed his head, and Sir Arthur kissed the top of it, and said, "Dear Mousehead, you've come back to me." And then I slipped away. There was another scene that night in which I played a part, for we finished at Carlton House Terrace. Of what happened there I have only a confused recollection. I remember Julius Victor kissing Mary's hand, and the Duke shaking mine as if he would never stop. I remember Murcott, who looked uncommonly fit and handsome, toasting me in champagne, and Adela Victor sitting at a piano and singing to us divinely. But my chief memory is of a French nobleman whirling a distinguished German engineer into an extemporized dance of joy. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Three Hostages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Three Hostages by John Buchan. Chapter 20. Machray. A week later, after much consultation with Sandy, I wrote Medina a letter. The paper said he had gone abroad for a short rest, and I could imagine the kind of mental purgatory he was enduring in some Mediterranean bay. We had made up our mind to be content with success. Victory meant a long campaign in the courts and the press, and which no doubt we should have won, but for which I at any rate had no stomach. The whole business was a nightmare, which I longed to shut the door on. We had drawn his fangs, and for all I cared, he might go on with his politics and dazzle the world with his gifts, provided he kept his hands out of crime. I wrote and told him that the 3 people who knew everything would hold their tongues, but that they reserved the right to speak if he ever showed any sign of running crooked. I had no reply, and did not expect one. I had lost all my hate for the man, and, so strangely are we made, what I mostly felt was compassion. We are all, even the best of us, egotists and self-deceivers, and without a little comfortable make-believe to clothe us, we should freeze in the outer winds. I shuddered when I thought of the poor devil with his palace of cards about his ears and his naked soul. I felt that further triumph would be an offense against humanity. He must have got my message, for in July he was back at his work, and made a speech at a big political demonstration which was highly commended in the papers. Whether he went about in society I do not know, for Sandy was in Scotland and I was at Fosse, and not inclined to leave it. Meantime, MacGillivray's business was going on, and the press was full of strange cases, which no one seemed to think of connecting. I gathered from MacGillivray that, though the syndicate was smashed to little bits, he had failed to make the complete bag of malefactors that he had hoped. In England there were 3 big financial exposures followed by long sentences. In Paris there was a first-rate political scandal and a crop of convictions. A labour agitator and a copper magnate in the Middle West went to jail for life, and there was the famous rounding up of the murder gang in Turin. But MacGillivray and his colleagues, like me, had success rather than victory. Indeed, in this world I don't think you can get both at once. You must make your choice. We saw Murcott at the house ball at Oxford, none the worse for his adventures, but rather the better, for he was a man now and not a light-witted boy. Early in July, Mary and I went to Paris for Adela Victor's wedding, the most gorgeous show I have ever witnessed, when I had the privilege of kissing the bride and being kissed by the bridegroom. Sir Arthur Warcliffe brought David to pay us a visit at Fosse, where the boy fished from dawn to dusk, and began to get some flesh on his bones. Archie Roylance arrived, and the pair took such a fancy to each other that the 3 of them went off to Norway to have a look at the birds on Flaxholm. I was busy during those weeks making up arrears of time at Fosse, for my long absence had put out the whole summer programme. One day I was down at the home meadow, planning a new outlet for one of the ponds. Sandy turned up, announcing that he must have a talk with me and could only spare 20 minutes. "When does your tenancy of Machray begin?" he asked. "I have it now, ever since April. The sea trout come early there." "And can you go up whenever you like?" "Yes. We propose starting about the 5th of August." "Take my advice and start at once," he said. I asked why, though I guessed the reason. "Because I'm not very happy about you here. You've insulted to the marrow the vainest and one of the cleverest men in the world. Don't imagine he'll take it lying down. You may be sure he is spending sleepless nights planning how he is to get even with you. It's you he is chiefly thinking about. Me he regards as a rival in the same line of business. He'd love to break me, but he'll trust to luck for the chance turning up. Lavater has been his slave and has escaped, but at any rate he once acknowledged his power. You have fooled him from start to finish, and left his vanity one raw, throbbing sore. He won't be at ease till he has had revenge on you and your wife." "Peter John!" I exclaimed. He shook his head. "No, I don't think so. He won't try that line again, at any rate, not yet a while. But he would be much happier, Dick, if you were dead." The thought had been in my mind for weeks, and had made me pretty uncomfortable. It is not pleasant to walk in peril of your life, and move about in constant expectation of your decease. I had considered the thing very carefully, and had come to the conclusion that I could do nothing but try to forget the risk. If I ever allowed myself to think about it, My whole existence would be poisoned. It was a most unpleasant affair, but after all the world is full of hazards. I told Sandy that. "I'm quite aware of the danger," I said. "I always reckoned that as part of the price I had to pay for succeeding. But I'm hanged if I'm going to allow the fellow to score off me to the extent of disarranging my life." "You've plenty of fortitude, old fellow," said Sandy. "But you owe a duty to your family and your friends. Of course, you might get police protection from McGillivray, but that would be an infernal nuisance for you. And besides, what kind of police protection would avail against an enemy as subtle as Medina? No, I want you to go away. I want you to go to Machray now, and stay there till the end of October." "What good would that do? He can follow me there if he wants to, and anyhow the whole thing would begin again when I came back." "I'm not so sure," he said. "In 3 months' time his wounded vanity may have healed. It's no part of his general game to have a vendetta with you, and only a passion of injured pride would drive him to it. Presently that must die down, and he will see his real interest. Then as for Machray, why, a Scotch deer forest is the best sanctuary on earth. Nobody can come up that long glen without your hearing about it, and nobody can move on the hills without half a dozen Argus-eyed stalkers and ghillies following him. They're the right sort of police protection. I want you, for all our sakes, to go to Machray at once." "It looks like funking," I objected. "Don't be an old ass. Is there any man alive who is not a raving maniac, likely to doubt your courage? You know perfectly well that it is sometimes a brave man's duty to run away." I thought for a bit. "I don't think he'll hire ruffians to murder me," I said. "Why?" "Because he challenged me to a duel, proposed a place in the Pyrenees, and offered to let me choose both seconds." "What did you reply?" "I wired, 'Try not to be a fool.' It looks as if he wanted to keep the job of doing me in for himself." "Very likely, and that doesn't mend matters. I'd rather face half a dozen cutthroats than Medina. What you tell me strengthens my argument." I was bound to admit that Sandy talked sense, and after he had gone I thought the matter out and decided to take his advice. Somehow the fact that he should have put my suspicions into words made them more formidable, and I knew again the odious feeling of the hunted. It was hardly fear, for I think that, if necessary, I could have stayed on at Fosse and gone about my business with a stiff lip. But all the peace of the place had been spoiled. If a bullet might at any moment come from a covert, that was the crude way I envisaged the risk, then good-bye to the charm of my summer meadows. The upshot was that I warned Tom Greenslade to be ready to take his holiday, and by the 20th of July he and I and Mary and Peter John were settled in a little whitewashed lodge tucked into the fold of a birch-clad hill, and looking alternately at a shrunken river and a cloudless sky, while we prayed for rain. Machray in calm weather is the most solitary place on earth, lonelier and quieter even than a Boer farm lost in some hollow of the veld. The mountains rise so sheer and high that it seems that only a bird could escape, and the road from the sea loch 10 miles away is only a strip of heather-grown sand which looks as if it would end a mile off at the feet of each steep hill-shoulder. But when the gales come, and the rain is lashing the roof, and the river swirls at the garden edge, and the birches and rowans are tossing, then 1,000 voices talk, and one lives in a world so loud that one's ears are deafened and one's voice acquires a sharp pitch of protest from shouting against the storm. We had a few gales, and the last week of July was a very fair imitation of the tropics. The hills were cloaked in a heat haze. The Asil River was a chain of translucent pools, with a few reddening salmon below the ledges. The burns were thin trickles. The sun drew hot scents out of the heather and bog myrtle, and movement was a weariness to man and beast. That was for the daytime. But every evening about 5 o'clock there would come a light wind from the west, which scattered the haze and left the land swimming in cool amber light. Then Mary and Tom Greenslade and I would take to the hills, and return well on for midnight to a vast and shameless supper. Sometimes in the hot noontides I went alone, with old Angus the head stalker, and long before the season began I had got a pretty close knowledge of the forest. The reader must bear with me while I explain the lie of the land. The 20,000 acres of Machray extend on both sides of the Aicill Glen, but principally to the south. West lies the Machray Sealoch, where the hills are low and green and mostly sheep ground. East, up to the riverhead, is Glen Aicill Forest, the lodge of which is beyond the watershed and the shore of another sealoch, and on our side of the divide there is only a stalker's cottage. Glen Aicill is an enormous place, far too big to be a single forest. It had been leased for years by Lord Glenfinnan, an uncle of Archie Roylance, but he was a frail old gentleman of over 70, who could only get a stag when they came down to the low ground in October. The result was that the place was ridiculously undershot, and all the western end, which adjoined Machray, was virtually a sanctuary. It was a confounded nuisance, for it made it impossible to stalk our northern beat except in a southwest wind, unless you wanted to shift the deer onto Glen Aicill, and that beat had all our best grazing and seemed to attract all our best heads. Haripal Forest to the south was not so large, but I should think it was the roughest ground in Scotland. Machray had good beats south of the Aicill, right up to the watershed, and two noble quarries, the Corrie Nassith and the Corrie Essen. Beyond the watershed was the glen of the Rescal, both sides of which were Haripole ground. The Machray heights were all over the 3,000 feet, but rounded and fairly easy-going. But the Haripole peaks beyond the stream were desperate rock mountains, Stop Ben, Stop Coriessen, Skur Mor, comprising some of the most difficult climbing in the British Isles. The biggest and hardest top of all was at the head of the Rescal, Skur Darg, with its two pinnacle ridges, its three prongs, and the awesome precipice of its eastern face. Machray marched with Haripole on its summit, but it wasn't often that any of our stalkers went that way. All that upper part of the Rescal was a series of cliffs and chasms, and the red deer, who is no rock climber, rarely ventured there. For the rest, these 4 southern beats of ours were as delightful hunting ground as I have ever seen, and the ladies could follow a good deal of the stalking by means of a big telescope in the library window of the lodge. Machray was a young man's forest, for the hills rose steep almost from the sea level, and you might have to go up and down 3,000 feet several times in a day. But Haripole, at least the north and east parts of it, was fit only for athletes, and it seemed to be its fate to fall to tenants who were utterly incapable of doing it justice. In recent years it had been leased successively to an elderly distiller, a young racing ne'er-do-well who drank, and a plump American railway king. It was now in the hands of a certain middle-aged Midland manufacturer, Lord Claybody, who had won an easy fortune and an easier peerage during the war. "Ah, he will be killed," Angus said. "He will never get up 100 feet of Haripole without being killed." So I found myself, to my disgust, afflicted with another unauthorized sanctuary. Angus was very solemn about it. He was a lean, anxious man, just over 50, with a face not unlike a stag's, amazingly fast on the hills, a finished cragsman, and with all the Highlander's subtle courtesy. Kennedy, the second stalker, was of lowland stock. His father had come to the north from Galloway in the days of the boom in sheep, and had remained as a keeper when sheep prices fell. He was a sturdy young fellow, apt to suffer on steep slopes on a warm day, but strong as an ox and with a better head than Angus for thinking out problems of weather and wind. Though he had the Gaelic, he was a true lowlander, plain-spoken and imperturbable. It was a contrast of new and old, for Kennedy had served in the war and learned many things beyond the other's ken. He knew, for example, how to direct your eye to the point he wanted, and would give intelligent directions like a battery observer, whereas with Angus it was always, "Do you see yon stone? Aye, but do you see another stone?" and so forth. Kennedy, when we sat down to rest, would smoke a cigarette in a holder, while Angus lit the dottle in a foul old pipe. In the first fortnight of August we had alternate days of rain, real drenching torrents, and the Asil rose and let the fish up from the sea. There were few sea trout that year, but there was a glorious run of salmon. Greenslade killed his first, and by the end of a week had a bag of 12, while Mary, with the luck which seems to attend casual lady anglers, had 4 in one day to her own rod. Those were pleasant days, though there were mild damp afternoons when the midges were worse than tropical mosquitoes. I liked it best when a breeze rose, and the sun was hot, and we had all our meals by the waterside. Once at luncheon we took with us an iron pot, made a fire, and boiled a fresh-killed salmon in his brew, a device I recommend to anyone who wants the full flavour of that noble fish. Archie Roylance arrived on August 16th, full of the lust of hunting. He reported that they had seen nothing remarkable in the way of birds at Flaxholm, but that David Warcliffe had had great sport with the sea trout. "There's a good boy for you," he declared. "First-class little sportsman, and to see him and his father together made me want to get wedded straight off." I thought him a bit hipped at Fosse, but the North Sea put him right, and I left him as jolly as a grig. By the way, what was the matter with him in the summer? I gathered that he had been seedy or something, and the old man can't let him out of his sight. "Let's get in, Angus, and talk deer." Angus was ready to talk deer till all hours. I had fixed the 21st for the start of the season, though the beasts were in such forward condition that we might have begun 4 days earlier. Angus reported that he had already seen several stags clear of Velvet, but he was inclined to be doleful about our neighbours. "My Uncle Alexander is past praying for," says Archie. "He lives for that forest of his, and he won't have me there early in the season, for he says I have no judgment about beasts and won't listen to the stalkers. In October, you see, he has me under his own eye. He refuses to let a stag be killed unless it's a hummel or a diseased ancient. The result is, the place is crawling with fine stags that have begun to go back and won't perish till they're fairly mouldering. Poor notion of a stud has my Uncle Alexander. What about Heripole? Who has it this year?" When he heard, he exclaimed delightedly, "I know old Claybody. Rather a good old fellow in his way, and uncommon free-handed. Rum old bird, too. He once introduced his son to me as the Honourable Johnson Claybody. Fairly wallows in his peerage. You know, he wanted to take the title of Lord Oxford, because he had a boy going up to Magdalen, but even the Herald's College jibbed at that. But he'll never get up those Heripole hills. He's a little fat puffin' old man. I'm not very spry on my legs now, but compared to Claybody, I'm a gazelle." "He'll maybe have visitors," said Angus. "You bet he will. He'll have the lodge stuffed with young men, for there are various Honourable Claybody daughters. Don't fancy there'll be much good on the hill, though." "They will not be good, Sir Archibald," said the melancholy Angus. "There will be some of them on the hill already. There'll be no better than tourists." Tourists, I should explain, were the poison in Angus's cup. By that name he meant people who trespassed on a deer forest during, or shortly before, the stalking season, and had not the good manners to give him notice and ask his consent. He distinguished them sharply from what he called mountaineers, a class which he respected, for they were modest and civil folk, who came usually with ropes and ice-axes early in the spring, and were accustomed to feast off Angus's ham and eggs and thaw their frozen limbs by Angus's fire. If they came at other seasons, it was after discussing their routes with Angus. They went where no deer could travel, and spent their time, as he said, shamming themselves into chimneys. But the tourist was blatant and foolish and abundantly discourteous. He tramped, generally in a noisy party, over deer ground, and if remonstrated with, became truculent. A single member of the species could wreck the stalking on a beat for several days. "The next I see on Machray," said Angus, "I will be rolling down a big stone on him." Some of the Heripole guests, it appeared, were of this malign breed, and had been wandering thoughtlessly over the forest, thereby wrecking their own sport and mine. "They would have Alan MacNichol's heart broke," he concluded. "And Alan was saying to me that they was awful bad shots. They was shooting at the big stone and missing it. And they will have little ponies to ride up to the tops, for the creatures is no use at walking. I hope they will have fall down and break their necks." "They can't all be bad shots," said Archie. "By the way, Dick, I forgot to tell you. You know Medina, Dominic Medina? You once told me you knew him. Well, I met him on the steamer, and he said he was going to put in a week with old Claybody." That piece of news took the light out of the day for me. If Medina was at Haripole, it was most certainly with a purpose. I had thought little about the matter since I arrived at Machray, for the place had an atmosphere of impregnable seclusion, and I seemed to have shut a door on my recent life. I had fallen into a mood of content and whole-hearted absorption in the ritual of wild sport. But now my comfort vanished. I looked up at the grim wall of hills towards Haripole and wondered what mischief was hatching behind it. I warned Angus and Kennedy and the Gillies to keep a good lookout for trespassers. Whenever one was seen, they were to get their glasses on him and follow him and report his appearance and doings to me. Then I went out alone to shoot a brace of grouse for the pot, and considered the whole matter very carefully. I had an instinct that Medina had come to these parts to have a reckoning with me, and I was determined not to shirk it. I could not go on living under such a menace. I must face it and reach a settlement. To Mary, of course, I could say nothing, and I saw no use in telling either Archie or Greenslade. It was, metaphorically and perhaps literally, my own funeral. But next morning I did not go fishing. Instead, I stayed at home and wrote out a full account of the whole affair up to Medina's appearance at Haripole, and I set down baldly what I believed to be his purpose. This was in case I went out one day and did not return. When I finished it, I put the document in my dispatch box and felt easier, as a man feels when he has made his will. I only hoped the time of waiting would not be prolonged. The 21st was a glorious blue day, with a morning haze which promised heat. What wind there was came from the southeast, so I sent Archie out on the Corrie Essen beat, and went myself with one gillie to Cloch Gless, which is the western peak on the north bank of the Aisill. I made a practice of doing my own stalking, and by this time I knew the ground well enough to do it safely. I saw 2 shootable stags, and managed to get within range of one of them, but spared him for the good of the forest, as he was a young beast whose head would improve. I had a happy and peaceful day, and found to my relief that I wasn't worrying about the future. The clear air and the great spaces seemed to have given me the placid fatalism of an Arab. When I returned, I was greeted by Mary with the news that Archie had got a stag, and that she had followed most of his stalk through the big telescope. Archie himself arrived just before dinner, very cheerful and loquacious. He found that his game leg made him slow, but he declared that he was not in the least tired. At dinner we had to listen to every detail of his day, and we had a sweep on the beast's weight, which Mary won. Afterwards, in the smoking-room, he told me more. "Those infernal taters from Haripole were out today. Pretty wild shots they must be. When we were lunching, a spent bullet whistled over our heads, a long way off to be sure, but I call it uncommon bad form. I should have heard Angus curse in Gaelic. Look here, Dick, I've a good mind to drop a line to old Claybody and ask him to caution his people. The odds are 1,000,000 to 1, of course, against their doing any harm, but there's always that 1,000,000th chance. I had a feeling today as if the war had started over again." I replied that if anything of the sort happened a second time, I would certainly protest, but I pretended to make light of it, as a thing only possible with that particular brand of wind. But I realized now what Medina's plans were. He had been tramping about Haripole, getting a notion of the lie of the land, and I knew that he had a big-game hunter's quick eye for country. He had fostered the legend of wild shooting among the Haripole guests, and probably he made himself the wildest of the lot. The bullet which sang over Archie's head was a proof, but he waited on the chance of a bullet which would not miss. If a tragedy happened, everyone would believe it was a pure accident. There would be heartbroken apologies, and, though Sandy and one or two others would guess the truth, nothing could be proved, and in any case it wouldn't help me. Of course I could stalk only in the north beats of Machray, but the idea no sooner occurred to me than I dismissed it. I must end this hideous suspense. I must accept Medina's challenge and somehow or other reach a settlement. When Angus came in for orders, I told him that I was going stalking on the Corrie-na-Seath beat the day after tomorrow, and asked him to send word privately to Alan McNichol at Hatterpole. "It will be no use, sir," he groaned. "The visitors will no heed Alan." But I told him to send word nevertheless. I wanted to give Medina the chance he sought. It was my business to draw his fire. Next day we slacked and fished. In the afternoon I went a little way up the hill called Clachless, from which I could get a view of the ground on the south side of the Aicill. It was a clear, quiet day, with the wind steady in the southeast, and promising to continue there. The great green hollow of Corrie-na-Seath was clear in every detail. Much of it looked like a tennis court, but I knew that what seemed smooth sward was really matted blaeberries and hidden boulders, and that the darker patches were breast-high bracken and heather. Corrie Essen I could not see, for it was hidden by the long spur of Ben Farra, over which peeped the cloven summit of Skurdarg. I searched all the ground with my glasses, and picked up several lots of hinds and a few stags, but there was no sign of human activity. There seemed to be a rifle out, however, on Glen Aicill Forest, for I heard 2 far-away shots toward the northeast. I lay a long time amid the fern, with bees humming round me and pipits calling, and an occasional buzzard or peregrine hovering in the blue, thinking precisely the same thoughts that I used to have in France the day before a big action. It was not exactly nervousness that I felt, but a sense that the foundations of everything had got loose, and that the world had become so insecure that I had better draw down the blinds on hoping and planning and everything, and become a log. I was very clear in my mind that next day was going to bring the crisis. Of course, I didn't want Mary to suspect, but I forgot to caution Archie, and that night at dinner, as ill luck would have it, he mentioned that Medina was at Hatterpole. I could see her eyes grow troubled, for I expect she had been having the same anxiety as myself these past weeks, and had been too proud to declare it. As we were going to bed, she asked me point-blank what it meant. "Nothing in the world," I said. "He is a great stalker and a friend of the Claybodies. I don't suppose he has the remotest idea that I am here. Anyhow, that affair is all over. He is not going to cross our path if he can help it. The one wish in his heart is to avoid us." She appeared to be satisfied, but I don't know how much she slept that night. I never woke till 6 o'clock, but when I opened my eyes I felt too big a load on my heart to let me stay in bed, so I went down to the garden pool and had a swim. That invigorated me, and indeed it was not easy to be depressed in that gorgeous morning, with the streamers of mist still clinging to the high tops, and the whole glen a harmony of singing birds and tumbling waters. I noticed that the wind, what there was of it, seemed to have shifted more to the east, a very good quarter for the Corrie-na-Seath beat. Angus and Kennedy were waiting outside the smoking-room, and even the pessimism of the head stalker was mellowed by the weather. "I think," he said slowly, "we will be getting a stag. There was a big beast on Ben Fada yesterday. Kennedy seen him. A great beast he was, maybe 19 stone, but Kennedy never right seen his head. We'd better be moving on, sir." Mary whispered in my ear, "There's no danger, Dick. You're sure?" I have never heard her voice more troubled. "Not a scrap," I laughed. "It's an easy day, and I ought to be back for tea. You'll be able to follow me all the time through the big telescope." We started at 9. As I left, I had a picture of Greenslade sitting on a garden seat busy with fly-casts, and Archie smoking his pipe and reading a 3 Days Old Times, and Peter John going off with his nurse, and Mary looking after me with a curious tense gaze. Behind, the smoke of the chimneys was rising straight into the still air, and the finches were twittering among the Prince Charlie roses. The sight gave me a pang. I might never enter my little kingdom again. Neither wife nor friends could help me. It was my own problem, which I must face alone. We crossed the bridge, and began to plod upwards through a wood of hazels. In such fashion I entered upon the strangest day of my life. End of section 21.
Chapter 21, Part 1 of The Three Hostages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21, How I Stalked the Wilder Game, then Deer. 9 a.m. to 2:15 p.m. Obviously, I could make no plan, and I had no clear idea in my head as to what kind of settlement I wanted with Medina. I was certain that I should find him somewhere on that hill, and that, if he got a chance, he would try to kill me. The odds were, of course, against his succeeding straight off, but escape was not what I sought. I must get rid of this menace forever. I don't think that I wanted to kill him, but indeed, I never tried to analyze my feelings. I was obeying a blind instinct and letting myself drift on the tides of fate. Quarry Nadside is an upper quarry, separated from the Asil valley by a curtain of rock and Machray, which I dare say was once the moraine of a glacier, and down which the Alt na Sidhi tumbled in a fine chain of cascades. So steep its fall is that no fish can ascend it, so that while at the foot it is full of a sizable trout, in the quarry itself it holds nothing, as Greenslade reported, but little dark fingerlings. It was very warm as we mounted the chaos of slabs and boulders, where a very sketchy and winding track had been cut for the bringing down of the deer. Only the toughest kind of pony could make that ascent. Though the day was young, the heat was already great, and the glen behind us swam in a glassy sheen. Kennedy, as usual, mopped his brow and grunted, but the lean Angus strode ahead as if he were on the flat. At the edge of the quarry we halted for a spy. Deep hollows have a trick of drawing the wind, and such faint currents of air as I could detect seemed to be coming on our own left rear from the northeast. Angus was positive, however, that though the south had gone out of the wind, it was pretty well due east, with no north in it, and maintained that when we were farther up the quarry we would have it fair on our left cheek. We were not long in finding beasts. There was a big drove of hinds on the right bank of the burn, and another lot, with a few small stags on the left bank, well up on the face of BUCHAN Falda, but there was nothing shootable there. The big stags will be on all the high tops, said Angus. We must be getting up to the burn head. It was easier said than done, for there were the hinds to be circumvented, so we had to make a long circuit far up the hill called Clonlet, which is the westernmost of the Machray tops, south of Asil. It was rough going, for we mounted about 3,000 feet level, and traversed the hillside just under the upper scarp of the rock. Presently we were looking down upon the cup, which was the head of the quarry, and over the cool could we see the peak of Staub Quarry Assain, and the ridge of the Saub Ban, both on Harpole and beyond the Rescule. We had another spy, and made out of 2 small lots of stags on the other side of Alt Nasihid. They were too far off to get a proper view of them, but 1 or 2 looked good beasts, and I decided to get near. We had to make a cautious descent of the hillside in case of deer lying in pockets, for the place was seamed with gullies. Before we were halfway down, I got my telescope on one of the lots and picked out a big stag with a poor head, which clearly wanted shooting. Angus agreed, and we started down a sheltering ravine to get to the burn side. The sight of the quarry made me forget everything else. For the next hour and a half I hadn't a thought in the world except how to get within range of that beast. One stalk is very much like another, and I am not going to describe this. The only trouble came from a small stag in our rear, which had come over Clunlet, and got the scent of our track on the hill face. This unsettled him, and he went off at a great pace towards the top of the burn. I thought at first that the brute would go up to Blenheim Falda and carry off our lot with him, but he came to a halt, changed his mind, and made for the Harepool march and the Col. After that it was plain sailing. We crawled up the right of the Alt Na Sihid, which was the first-class cover, and then turned up a tributary gully which came down from Blenheim Falda. Indeed, the whole business was too simple to be much of interest to anyone except the man with the rifle. When I judged I was about the latitude of my stag, I crept out of the burn and reached a hillock from which I had a good view of him. The head, I suspected, was poor, only 9 points, though the horns were of rough, thick old Highland type, but the body was heavy, and he was clearly a back-going beast. After a wait of some 20 minutes, he got up and gave me the chase of about 200 yards. I dropped him dead with a shot in the neck, which was the only part of him clear. It was for me the first stag of the season, and it is always a pleasant moment when the tension relaxes and you light your pipe and look around you. As soon as the walk was over, I proposed lunch, and we found for the purpose a little nook by a spring. We were within a few hundred yards of Harepool Marsh, which does not run along the watershed but crosses the quarry about half a mile below the Col. In the old days of sheep there had been a fence, the decaying post of which could be observed a little way off on the knoll. Between the fence and the Col laid some very rough ground, where the Alt Nasahid had its source, ground so broken that it was impossible, without going a good way up the hill, to see from it the watershed ridge. I finished Mary's stuffing scones and ginger biscuits, and had a drink of whiskey and spring water, while Angus and Kennedy ate their lunch a few yards off in the heather. I was just lighting my pipe when a sound made me pause, with the match in my hand. A rifle bullet sang over my head. It was not very near, 50 feet or so above me, and a little to the left. "The tamed tourists," I heard Angus exclaim. I knew it was Medina, as certainly as if I had seen him. He was somewhere in the rough ground between the Harepool Marsh and the Col, probably close to the Col, for the sound of the report seemed to come from a good way off. He could not have been aiming at me, for I was perfectly covered, but he must have seen me when I stalked the stag. He had decided that his chance was not yet come, and the shot was camouflage to keep up the reputation of Harepool for wild shooting. "It would be the staggy that went over the march," grunted Angus. "The tourists to be shooting at such a wee beast." I had suddenly made up my mind. I would give Medina the opportunity he sought. I would go and look for him. I got up and stretched my legs. "I am going to stalk on my own," I told Angus. "I'll go over to the quarry Isan. You had better pull this beast down to the burn side, and then fetch the pony. You might send Hughie and the other pony up to Glenisle to the mad burn. If I get a stag, I'll grolock him and get him down somehow to the burn. So tell Hughie to look out for my signal. I'll wave a white handkerchief. The wind is backing round to the north, Angus. It should be all right for Quarry Isan if I take it from the south." "That would be better for Sugdearg," said Angus, "but that's o'er far. Have you the cartridges, sir?" "Plenty," I said, patting a side pocket. "Give me that spare rope, Kennedy. I'll want it for hauling down my stag if I get one." I put my little 240 into its cover, nodded to the men, and turned down the gully to the main burn. I wasn't going to appear on the bare hillside, so long as it was possible for Medina to have a shot at me. But soon a ridge shut off the view from the Harepool ground, and then I took a slant up the face of Buchan Fada. Mary had spent most of the morning at the big telescope in the library window. She saw us reach the rim of the quarry and lost us when we moved up the side of Clonlet. We came into view again far up the quarry, and she saw the stalk and the death of the stag. Then she went to luncheon, but hastened back in the middle of it to see me scrambling alone among the screes of Blenheim Fada. At first she was reassured because she thought I was coming home, but then she realized that I was mounting higher and making for Quarry Isan. Her heart sank, and when I had gone out of view, she could do nothing but range miserably about the garden. 2:15 to about 5 p.m. It was very hot on Blenheim Fada, for I was out of the wind, but when I reached the ridge and looked down on Quarry Isan, I found a fair breeze, which had certainly more north than east in it. There was not a cloud in the sky, and every top for miles round stood out clear, except the Harepool peaks, which were shut off by the highest of the ridge I stood on. Quarry Isan lay far below, not a broad cup like Quarry Nasid, but a deep gash in the hills. I inclined at such an angle that the stream in it was nothing but white water. We called it the Mad Burn. Its Gaelic name, I think, was the Alt Almuhulan, and halfway up was just opposite me a tributary. The red burn came down from the cliffs of Suerdirg. I could see the northern peak of that mountain, a beautiful cone of rock rising like the Matterhorn from the glacis of Machray. I argued that Medina would have seen me going up Blenheim Fada and would assume that I was bound for Quarry Isan. He would recross the Col and make for the Harepool side of the Valach, which led from the quarry to the Rescue. Now I wanted to keep the higher ground, where I could follow his movements, so it was my aim to get the watershed ridge, looking down on Harepool before he did. The wind was a nuisance, for it was blowing from me and would move any deer toward him, thereby giving him a clue to my whereabouts. So I thought if I could once locate him, I might try to get the lee side of him. In that time, I think I had a vague notion of driving him towards Machray. I moved at my best pace along the east face of Blenheim towards the Blee Leach, which was a deep rift in the grey rock curtain through which deer could pass. My only feeling was excitement, such I had never known before any stalk. I slipped and sprawled among the slabs, slithered over the secrees, had one or two awkward traverses round the butt end of the cliffs, but in 20 minutes I was at the point where the massif of Blenheim joined the watershed ridge. The easy way was now to get on the ridge, but I dared not appear on the skyline, so I made a troublesome journey along the near side of the ridge wall, sometimes out of the face of the sheer precipices, but more often involved a chaos of loose boulders which were the debris of the upper rocks. I was forced pretty far down and eventually struck the Bleach patch about 500 feet below the summit. At the crest I found I had no view of the Rescue Valley, only a narrow quarry blocked by the shoulder of a hill, and the bald top of Staub Quarry as seen beyond. A prospect I must have, so I turned east along the watershed ridge in the direction of Sugdeer. I was by this time very warm, for I had come at a brisk pace. I had a rifle to carry, and had Angus's rope around my shoulders like a Swiss guide. I was wearing an old grey suit, which, with bluish stockings, made me pretty well visible on that hill side. Presently I mounted the ridge, keeping the course under the skyline. I came to a place where a lift of the rocks enabled me to clear the spurs and command a mile or so of Rescue. The place was on the skyline, bare and exposed. I crawled to the edge where I could get a view. Below me, after a few hundred yards of rocks and scree, I saw a long track of bracken and deep heather sweeping down to the stream. Medina, I made sure, was somewhere thereabouts, watching the ridge. I calculated that, with his recrossing of the Col at the head of the Quarry Nassid, and his working around the south end of the Benenfada, he could not have had time to get down to the Bleach, or near the Bleach, before me. I must still be on the lower ground. Indeed, I hoped to catch sight of him, for, while I was assured he was pursuing me, he could not know that I was after him, and might be off his guard. But there was no sign of life in that sunny stretch of green and purple, broken by the grey of boulders. I searched it with my glass, and could see no movement except pipits and a curlew by a patch of bog. Then it occurred to me to show myself. He must be made to know that I had accepted this challenge. I stood up straight on the edge of the steep, and decided to remain standing till I had counted 50. It was an insane thing to do, I dare say, but I was determined to force the pace. I had got to 41 without anything happening. Then a sudden instinct made me crouch and step aside. That movement was my salvation. There was a sound like a twanged fiddle string. A bullet passed over my left shoulder. I felt the wind of it on my cheek. The next second I was on my back, wriggling below the skyline. Once there I could get to my feet and run. up the ridge on my left to get a view from higher ground. The shot was, so far as I could judge, had come from well below and a little to the east where I had been standing. I found another crunkle of rock and crept to the edge of it, so that I looked from between two boulders to the glen. The place was still utterly quiet. My enemy was hidden there, probably not half a mile off, but there was nothing to reveal his presence. The light wind stirred the bog cotton. A Maryland sailed across to stop quarry a scene. A raven croaked in the crags, but these were the only sounds. There was not even a sign of deer. My glass showed that halfway down an old ewe was feeding, one of those melancholy beasts which stray into the forest from adjacent sheep ground and lead a precarious life among the rocks, lean and matted and wild, till some gilly cuts their throats. They are far sharper eyed and quicker of hearing than a stag, and an unmitigated curse to the stalker. The brute was feeding on a patch of turf near a big stretch of bracken, and suddenly I saw her raise her head and stare. It was the first time I had ever felt well disposed towards a sheep. She was curious about something in a shallow gully which flanked the brackens, and so was I. I kept my glass glued on her, and saw her toss her disreputable head, stamp her foot, and then heard her whistle through her nose. This was a snag Medina could not have reckoned with. He was clearly in that gully, working his way upward in its cover, unwitted that the ewe was giving him away. I argued that he must want to reach the high ground as soon as possible. He had seen me on the ridge, and must naturally conclude that I had beaten a retreat. My first business, therefore, was to reassure him. I got my rifle out of its cover, which I stuffed into my pocket. There was a little patch of gravel just on the lip of the gully. I calculated that he would emerge beside it, under the shade of a blaeberry-covered stone. I guessed right. I saw first an arm, then a shoulder part the rushes, and presently a face which peered uphill. My glass showed me that the face was Medina's, very red and dirty from contact with the peaty soil. He slowly reached for his glass and began to scan the heights. I don't know what my purpose was at the time, if indeed I had any purpose. I didn't exactly mean to kill him. I think, though I felt it might come to that. Vaguely I wanted to put him out of action, to put the fear of God in him, and make him come to terms. Of further consequences I never thought, but I had one clear intention, to make him understand that I accepted his challenge. I put a bullet neatly into the center of the patch of gravel, then got my glass on it. He knew the game all right. In a second, like a weasel, he was back in the gully. I reckoned that now I had my chance. Along the ridge I went, mounting fast, and keeping always below the skyline. I wanted to get to the lee side of him, and so be able to stalk him upwind, and I thought that I had an opportunity now to turn the head of the rescue by one of the sheep quarries which descend from Suer Dirg. Looking back, it all seems very confused and amateurish, for what could I hope to do, even if I had the lee side, beyond killing or wounding him? But I had a chance of that as long as I had the upper ground. But in the excitement of the chase, the mind does not take long views, and I was enthralled by the crazy sport of the thing. I did not feel any fear, because I was not worrying about consequences. Soon I came to the part of the ridge, and saw frowning upon me the great rock face of Sogdir. I saw, too, a thing I had forgotten. There was no way up the mountain direct from the ridge, for the tower was perpendicular as a house wall. To surmount it, a man must traverse on one side or the other, on the Machray side by a scree slope, or on the Hairpool side by a deep gully, which formed the top of the quarry to which I was now looking. Across that quarry was the first of the great buttress which Sogdir sends down to Roskilde. It was the famous Pinnacle Ridge, as the mountaineers called it. I had climbed it 3 weeks before and found it pretty stiff, and then I had kept the ridge all the way from the valley bottom, and I did not see any practicable road up to the quarry face of it, which was nothing but slabs and rotten rocks, while the few chimneys had ugly overhangs. I lay flat and reconnoitered. What was Medina likely to do? After my shot, he could not follow up the ridge. The cover was too poor on the upper slopes. I reasoned that he would keep on the broken ground up by the glen till he reached this quarry, and try to find a road to the high ground either by the quarry itself or by one of the spurs. In that case, it was my business to wait for him. But first I thought I had better put a fresh clip in my magazine, for the shot I had fired had been the last cartridge in the old clip. It was now that I made an appalling discovery. I had felt my pockets and told Angus that I had plenty of cartridges. So I had, but they didn't fit. I remembered that 2 days before I had lent Archie my .240, and he had been shooting with a Mannlicher. What I had in my pocket were Mannlicher clips left over from that day. I might chuck my rifle away, for it was no more use than a poker. At first I was stunned by the fatality. Here was I engaged in a duel on a wild mountain with one of the best shots in the world, and I had lost my gun. The sensible course would have been to go home. There was plenty of time for that, and long before Medina reached the ridge I could be in cover in the gorge of the Mad Burn. But that way out of it never occurred to me. I had chosen to set the course, and the game must be played out here and now. But I confess that I was pretty well in despair and could see no plan. I think I had a faint hope of protracting the thing till dark, and then trusting to my hill craft to get even with him. But I had an unpleasant feeling that he was not likely to oblige me with so long a delay. I forced myself to think, and decided that Medina would either come up to the quarry or take the steep spur which formed the right-hand side of it and ran down to the Roskilde. The second route would give him cover, but also render him liable to a surprise at close quarters if I divined his intention, for I might suddenly confront him 4 yards at the top of one of the pitches. He would therefore prefer the quarry, which was magnificently broken up with rocks, steamed with ravines, and at the same time gave a clear view of all the high ground. With my face in a clump of loose wort, I raked the place with my glass, and to my delight saw a deer feeding about halfway down in the right-hand corner. Medina could not ascend the quarry without disturbing these deer, a batch of some 30 hinds with 5 small and 2 fair stags among them. Therefore I was protected from that side, and had only the ridge to watch. But as I lay there, I thought of another plan. Medina, I was pretty certain, would try the quarry first, and would not see the deer till he was well inside it, for they were on that kind of platform which hid them from below. Opposite me, across the narrow quarry, rose the great black wall of the pinnacle ridge, with the wind blowing from me towards it. I remember a trick which Angus had taught me, how a stalker might have his wind carried against his face of an opposite mountain, and then, so to speak, reflected from it, and brought back to his own side, so that deer below him would get it and move away from it upward towards him. If I let my scent be carried to the pinnacle ridge and divert it back, it would move the deer on the platform up the quarry towards me. It would be a faint wind, so that they would move slowly away from it, no doubt, towards a gap under the tower of Zuehlke, which led to the little quarry at the head of the red burn. We never stalked that quarry, because it was impossible to get a stag out of it without cutting him up, so the place was a kind of sanctuary to which disturbed deer would naturally resort. I stood on the skyline, being confident that Medina could not be yet within sight, and let the wind, which was now stronger, nearly due north, ruffle my hair. I did this for about 5 minutes, then lay down to watch the result. With my glass on the deer, presently I saw them become restless. First the hinds, and then the small stags lift their heads, looking towards Pinnacle Ridge. Soon a little fellow trotted a few yards uphill, and then a couple of hinds moved after him, and then by a sudden and simultaneous impulse, the whole party began to drift up the quarry. It was a quiet, steady advance, and they were not scared, only a little doubtful. I saw with satisfaction that their objective seemed to be the gap which led over the red burn. Medina must see this, and would assume that wherever I was not ahead of the deer. He might look for me on the other side, but more likely would follow the beast so as to get the high ground. Once there, he could see my movements, whether I was on the slopes of the Pinnacle Ridge or down the Machray side. He would consider, no doubt, that his marksmanship was so infinitely better than mine that he had only to pick me out of the landscape to make an end of the business. What exactly I intended to do, I did not know. I had a fleeting notion of lying hidden and surprising him, but the chances against that were about 1,000,000 to 1, and even if I had got him at close quarters, he was armed and I was not. I moved a little to the right, so as to keep my wind from the deer, and waited with a chill beginning to creep over my spirit. My watch told me it was about 5 o'clock. Mary and Peter John would be having tea among Prince Charlie roses, and Greenslade and Archie coming up from the river. It would be heavenly at Machray, now among greenery and the cool airs of the evening. Up here there was loveliness enough, from the stars of the butterwort and the grass of the Paranus by the wellhead to the solemn tops of Zuehlke, the color of the stormy waves against a faint turquoise sky. But I knew now that the beauty of the earth depends on the eye of the beholder, for suddenly the clean airy world around me had grown leaden and stifling. End of Part 1, Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Part 2 of The Three Hostages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Three Hostages by John Buchan. Part 2, 5 p.m. to about 7:30 p.m. It was a good hour before he came. I had guessed rightly. He had made the deduction I was hoping for. He was following the deer toward the gap, assuming I was on the Machray side. I was in a rushy hollow, at a junction of the main ridge of the spur I have mentioned. I could see him clearly as, with immense circumspection and the use of every scrape of cover, he had made his way up the quarry. Once he was over the watershed, I would command him from higher ground and have the wind to my advantage. I had some hope now, for I ought to be able to keep him on the hill till the light failed, when my superior local knowledge would come to my aid. He must be growing tired, I reflected, for he had far more ground to cover. For myself, I felt that I could go on forever. That might have been the course of events, but for a second sheep. Sugdeard had always been noted for possessing a few sheep, even on its high rocks, infernal, tattered outlaws, strays originally from some decent flock, but now, to all intents, a new species, unclassified by science. How they lived and bred I knew not, but there was a legend of many a good stock ruined by their diabolical cunning. I heard something between a snort and a whistle behind me, and screwed my head around, and saw one of these confounded animals poised on a rock and looking my direction. It could see me perfectly, too, for on that side I had no cover. I lay like a mouse watching Medina. He was about half a mile off, almost on top of the quarry, and had halted for a rest and a spy. I prayed fervently that he would not see the sheep. He heard it. The brute started its whistling and coughing, and a novice could have seen that it suspected something and knew that something was. I observed him get his glass on my lair, though from the place where he was he could see nothing but rushes. Then he seemed to make up his mind suddenly and disappeared from view. I knew what he was after. He had dropped into a scar which would take him to the skyline and enable him to come down on me from above, while he himself would be safe from my observation. There was nothing to do but to clear out. The spur dropping to the rescue seemed to me the best chance, so I started off, crouching and crawling, to get round the nose of it and on the steep glenward face. It was a miserable job, till I had turned the corner, for I expected every moment a bullet in the back. Nothing happened, however, and soon I was slithering down awesome slabs to an insecure ledge of heather. I am a fairly experienced mountaineer, a lover of rock, but I dislike vegetation mixed up with a climb, and I had too much of it now. There was perhaps 1,000 feet of that spur, and I think I must hold the speed record for its descent. Scratched, bruised, and breathless, I came to an anchor on the bed of skis, with the infant rescue tumbling below me and beyond it, a quarter-mile off, the black cliffs of the Pinnacle Ridge. But what was my next step to be? The position was reversed. Medina was above me with a rifle, and my own weapon was useless. He must find out the road I had taken, and would be after me like a flame. It was no good going down the hill. In the open ground he would get the chance of 20 shots. It was no good sticking to the spur or the adjacent ridge, for cover was bad. I could not hide for long in the quarry. Then I looked to the Pinnacle Ridge, and considered that, for once I got into those dark coilers, I might be safe. The psalmist had turned to the hills for his help. I had better look to the rocks. I had a quarter-mile of open to cross, and a good deal more if I was to reach the ridge at a point of easy ascent. There were chimneys in front of me, deep black gashes, but my recollection of them was that they had looked horribly difficult, and had been plentifully supplied with overhangs. Supposing I had got into one of them and stuck, Medina would have me safe enough. but I couldn't wait to think, with an ugly cold feeling in my stomach. Supposing I got into one of them and stuck, Medina would have me safe enough, but I couldn't wait to think. With an ugly cold feeling in my inside, I got into the ravine of the burn. After a long drink from the pool, I started downstream, keeping close to the right-hand bank, which mercifully was high and dotted with rowan saplings. And as I went, I was always turning my head to see behind and above me what I feared. I think Medina, who of course did not know about my rifle, may have suspected a trap, for he came on slowly, and when I caught sight of him, it was not on the spur. I had descended but farther up the quarry. Two things I now realized. One was I could not make the easy end of the pinnacle ridge without exposing myself on some particularly bare ground. The other was that to my left in the ridge was a deep gully which looked climbable. Moreover, the foot of that gully was not 100 yards from the burn, and the mouth was so deep that a man could find shelter as soon as he entered it. For a moment I could not see Medina. I don't think he had yet caught sight of me. There was a trickling of water coming down from the gully to the burn that gave me an apology for cover. I ground my nose into the flow moss and let the water trickle down my neck as I squirmed my way up, praying hard the enemy's eyes might be sealed. I think I had got about halfway when a turn gave me a view of the quarry, and there was Medina halted and looking towards me. By the mercy of Providence, my boots were out of sight, and my head a little lower than my shoulders, so that I suppose, among the sand and the gravel and rushes, I must be hard to detect. He had used his telescope. I think he must have spotted me, though I'm not certain. I saw him staring. I saw him half raise his rifle to his shoulder, while I heard my heart thump. Then he lowered his weapon and moved out of sight. 2 minutes later I was inside the gully, the place like a cave with a sandy floor, and then came a steep pitch of rock, while the sides narrowed into a chimney. This was not very difficult. I swung myself up into the second stowey, and found that the cleft was so deep that the back wall was about 3 yards from the opening, so that I climbed in almost complete darkness and in complete safety from view. This went on for about 50 feet, and then, after a rather awkward chalkstone, I came to a fork. The branch on the left looked homeless, while that on the right seemed to offer some chances. But I stopped to consider, for I remembered something. I remembered that this was the chimney which I had prospected 3 weeks ago, before when I climbed the pinnacle ridge. I had prospected it from above, and had come to the conclusion that, while the left fork might be climbed, the right was impossible, or nearly so, for modestly as it began, it ran out into a fearsome crack on the face of the cliff, and did not become a chimney again till after 100 feet of unclimbable rotten granite. So I tried the left fork, which looked horribly unpromising. The first trouble was a chalkstone, which I managed to climb around, and then the confounded thing widened and became perpendicular. I remembered that I had believed a way could be found by taking to the right-hand face, and in the excitement of the climb, I had forgotten all precautions. It simply did not occur to me that this face route might bring me in sight of the eyes which at all costs I must avoid. But it was not an easy business, for there was an extreme poverty of decent holds. But I have done worse pitches in my time, and had I not had a rifle to carry, I had no sling, might have thought less of it. Very soon I was past the worst, and saw my way to returning to the chimney, which had once more become reasonable. I had stopped for a second to prospect my route, with my foot on a sound ledge and my right elbow crooked round a jag of rock, and my left hand, which held the rifle, stretched out so that my fingers could test the soundness of a certain hold. Suddenly I felt the power go out of those fingers. The stones seemed to crumble, and splinter flew into my eye. There was a crashing of echoes, which drowned the noise of my rifle as it clattered down into the precipice. I remember looking at my hand spread eagle against the rock, and wondered why it looked so strange. The light was beginning to fail, so it must have been 7:30. 7:30 and onwards. Had anything of the sort happened to me during an ordinary climb, I should, beyond doubt, have lost my footing with the shock and fallen. But being pursued, I suppose my nerves were keyed to a perpetual expectancy, and I did not slip. The fear of a second bullet saved my life. In a trice, I was back in the chimney, and the second bullet spent itself harmlessly on the granite. Mercifully, it was now easier going, honest knee and back work, which I could manage in spite of my shattered fingers. I climbed feverishly with a cold sweat on my brow, but every muscle was in order, and I knew I could make no mistake. The chimney was deep, and the ledge of rock hid me from my enemy below. Presently I squeezed through a gap, swung myself with my right hand and my knees to a shelf, and saw that the difficulties were over. A shallow gully, filled with screes, led up the crest of the ridge, and was the place I had looked on 3 weeks before. I examined my left hand, which was a horrid mess. The top of my thumb was blown off, and the 2 top joints of my middle and third fingers were smashed to a pulp. I felt no pain in them, though they were dripping blood, but I had a queer numbness in my left shoulder. I managed to bind the hand up in the handkerchief, where it made a gory bundle. Then I tried to collect my wits. Medina was coming up the chimney after me. He knew I had no rifle. He was, as I had heard, an expert cragsman, and he was the younger man by at least 10 years. My first thought was to make for the upper part of the pinnacle ridge, and try to hide or elude him somehow till the darkness. But he could follow me in the transparent northern night. I must soon weaken from loss of blood. I could not hope to put significant distance between us for safety, and he had his deadly rifle. Somewhere in the night, or in the dawning, he would get me. No, I must stay and fight it out. Could I hold the chimney? I had no weapons but stones, but I might be able to prevent a man ascending by those intricate rocks. In the chimney, at any rate, there was cover, and he could not use his rifle. But would he try the chimney? Why should he go round by the lower slopes of the pinnacle ridge and come up from above me? It was the dread of his bullets that decided me. My one passionate longing was for cover. I might get him in a place where his rifle was useless, and I had a chance to use my greater muscular strength. I did not care what happened to me, provided I got my hands on him. Behind all my fear and confusion and pain, now there was a cold flurry of rage. So I slipped back into this chimney, and descended to where it turned slightly to the left past a nose of rock. Here I had cover. I could peer down into the darkening depths of the great boiler. A purple haze filled the quarry, and the Machray tops were like dull amethysts. The sky was a cloudy blue, sprinkled with stars, and mingling with the last flush of sunset was the first tide of the afterglow. At first all was quiet in the gully, and I heard the faint trickling of stones, which are always falling in such a place, and once the croak of a hungry raven. Was my enemy there? Did he know of the easier route up the pinnacle ridge? Would he not assume that if I could climb the cleft he could follow? And would he feel any dread of a man with no gun and a shattered hand? Then far below came a sound I recognized. Iron hobnails on rock. I began to collect loose stones and made a little pile of such ammunition beside me. I realized that Medina had begun the ascent of the lower pitches. Every breach in the stillness was perfectly clear, the steady scraping in the chimney, the fall of fragment of rock as he surmounted the lower chalk stone, the scraping again as he was forced out onto the containing wall. The light must have been poor, but the road was plain. Of course I saw nothing of him, for the bulge prevented me, but my ears told me the story. There was silence. I realized that he had come to the place where the chimney forked. I had my stones ready, for I had hoped to get him when he was driven out on the face at the overhang, the spot where I had been when he fired. The sounds began again, and I waited in a desperate, choking calm. In a minute or two would come the crisis. I remember that the afterglow was on Machray tops. It made a pale light in the quarry below. In the cleft there was still a kind of dim twilight. Any moment I suspected to see a dark thing in movement 50 feet below, which would be Medina's head. But it did not come. The noise of scraped rock still continued, but it seemed to draw no nearer. Then I realized that I had misjudged the earlier situation. Medina had taken the right-hand fork. He was bound to unless he had made, like me, an earlier reconnaissance. My route in the half-lit light must have looked starkly impossible. The odds were now on my side. No man in the fast-gathering darkness could hope to climb the face of the cliff and rejoin that chimney after its interruption. He would go on till he struck, and then it would not be too easy to get back. I reascended my own cleft, for I had a notion that I might traverse across the space between the two forks and find a vantage point of view. Very slowly and painfully, for my left arm was beginning to burn like fire in my left shoulder and neck, to feel strangely paralyzed. I wriggled across the steep face till I found a sort of guinarme of rock, beyond which the cliff fell smoothly to the lip of the other fork. The great gully below was now a pit of darkness, but the afterglow still lingered on this upper section, and I saw clearly where Medina's chimney lay, where it narrowed and where it came out. I fixed myself so as to prevent myself from falling, for I feared that I was becoming light-headed. Then I remembered Angus's rope, got it unrolled, and took a coil around my waist, and made a hitch over the guinarme. There was a smothering cry from below, and suddenly came the ring of metal on stone, and then a clatter of something falling. I knew what it meant. Medina's rifle had gone the way of mine, and lay now among the boulder at the chimney foot. At last we stood on equal terms, and befogged as my mind was, I saw that nothing now could stand between us and a settlement. It seemed to me that I saw something moving in the half-light. If it was Medina, he had the left chimney, and was trying the face, the way I knew there was no hope. He would be forced back, and surely would soon realize the folly of it and descend. Now that his rifle had gone, my hatred had ebbed. I seemed only to be watching a fellow mountaineer in a quandary. He could not have been 40 feet from me, for I heard his quick breathing. He was striving hard for holds, and the rock must have been rotten, for there was a continuous dropping of fragments, and once a considerable boulder hurtled down the quair. "Go back, man," I cried instinctively. "Back to the chimney. You can't get further that way." I suppose he heard me, for he made a more violent effort, and I thought I could see him sprawl at a foothold which he was missing, and then swing out on his hands. He was evidently weakening, for I heard a sob of weariness. If he could not regain the chimney, there was 300 feet of a fall to the boulders at the foot. "Medina!" I yelled. "I have a rope. I'm going to send it down to you. Get your arm in the loop." I made a noose at the end with my teeth and my right hand, working with a manic's fury. "I'll fling it out straight," I cried. "Catch it when it falls to you." My cast was good enough, but he let it pass. The rope dangled down to the abyss. "Oh, damn it, man," I roared. "You can trust me. We'll have it out when I get you safe. You'll break your neck if you hang there." Again I threw, and suddenly the rope tightened. He believed my word, and I think that was the greatest compliment ever paid me in all my days. "Now you're held," I cried. "I got a belay here. Try and climb back into the chimney." He understood and began to move, but his arms and legs must have been numb with fatigue, for suddenly that happened which I feared. There was a wild slipping and plunging. Then it swung out limply, missing the chimney, right on the smooth wall of the cliff. There was nothing for it but to haul him back. I knew Angus's ropes too well to have any confidence in them, and I only had one good hand. The rope ran through a groove of stone which I had covered with my coat, and I hoped to work it even with a single arm by moving slowly upwards. "I'll pull you up," I yelled, "but for God's sake give me some help. Don't hang on the rope more than you need." My loop was a large one, and I think he had got both arms around it. He was a monstrous weight, limp and dead as a sack, for though I could feel him scraping and kicking at the cliff face, the rock was too smooth for fissures. I held the rope with my feet, planted against boulders, and wrought till my muscles cracked. Inch by inch I was drawing him in, till I realized the danger. My rope was grating on the sharp brink beyond the chimney. It might at any moment be cut like a knife's edge. "Medina!" My voice must have been like a wild animal's scream. "This is too dangerous. I'm going to let you down a bit so that you can traverse. There's a sort of ledge down there. For heaven's sakes, go canny with this rope." I slipped the belay from the gendarme, and hideously difficult it was. Then I moved farther down to a little platform near the chimney. This gave me about 60 extra yards. "Now," I cried, when I had to let him slip down, "a little to your left. Do you feel the ledge?" He had found some sort of foothold, and for the moment there was a relaxation of the strain. The rope swayed to my right toward the chimney, and I began to see a glimmer of hope. "Cheer up," I cried. "Once in the chimney you're safe. Sing out when you reach it." The answer out of the darkness was a sob. I think giddiness must have overtaken him, or that atrophy of muscle which is the peril of rock climbing. Suddenly the rope scorched my fingers, and a shock came on my middle, which dragged me to the very end of the abyss. I still believe that I could have saved him if I had the use of both my hands, for I could have guided the rope away from the fatal knife edge. But I knew it was hopeless. But I put every ounce of strength and will into the effort to swing it with its burden to the chimney. He gave me no help, for I hope that he was unconscious. Next second the strands had parted. I fell back with a sound in my ears which I pray God I may never hear again, the sound of a body rebounding dully from crag to crag, and then a long, soft rumbling of screes like a snow slip. I managed to crawl the few yards to the anchorage of the Glenarme before my senses departed. There, in the morning, Mary and Angus found me. End of Chapter 21, Part 2, and End of The Three Hostages by John Buchan.